Hello, friends. Welcome to Symbaroum. This is a TTRPG system created by Järnringen. It is a Swedish dark fantasy, gothic, spooky stuff in the forests that you probably shouldn't go to, and it's a bad idea. Very, very bad idea. Why are you going there? Don't do it. You're gonna die. We are playing this game, and it is being dungeon mastered by my friend Obdurant. So please, Kevin, take it away.
Welcome back to Davokar, everyone. At the end of last session, our party decided that they were going to wait a couple days on some blacksmithing orders and kind of patch up a couple scratches before heading back out into the forest to return to the ruins they discovered on their previous trip. So that's what we're going to be picking up, really, on the morning 2 days later, as they're leaving Thistlehold. So you have had time to collect your new armor and rapier. Have you guys got that sorted on your sheets, or can you quickly?
My sheets are all set up.
Yeah. Excellent. Good. I know we talked about it, but I didn't actually check to make sure you had.
I have an important question.
Yeah, go for it.
How good of a job did the blacksmith do with my coat of arms?
The blacksmith did a skillful job. Pretty much everything he does is quite skillfully done. So it's a very faithful representation of the House Bory's coat of arms.
Nice.
Yep, you can be proud to wear it. Now that you're setting out through the north gate of Thistlehold, you're sort of faced with a little bit of a decision. Are you going to retrace your steps to get back to...
Actually, I kind of wanted to discuss what we'd been doing over...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you have anything else. When we left last session, I thought everyone had said they did not have anything they wanted to do. But
And then things changed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Or rather, they were
And then
always
the
this
Fire
way.
Nation attacked.
They were always this way. There was no retroactive continuity required.
Okay, so prior to leaving in this 2-day window, Karmeon gets up to
Karmeon's been
something.
hitting the fucking books. And
Okay.
he's been asking... First of all, he's been hitting the books regarding the art of fencing. And he's been really reading out loud passages that don't make any sense to him. And they don't make any sense to anyone. And we'll get to why on that later. But right now he's just ranting a lot about measure and length and tempo. And how he doesn't explain it ever. And then he tries the stances and he's not very good at the stabbing, but he keeps trying anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. And what does he try with as he's waiting for his rapier to be made?
So I think nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Just an empty hand, pretending to hold something?
And then, does anyone have any, you know what? At least once, he steals Meira's unstrung longbow. Or just normal bow.
And
Excuse
just
me?
uses it.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Would you like to resolve this
right?
conflict now, just to see if you both make it out of the gate alive?
I mean, she can immediately get it back, of course. But if it's just,
Meira wonders why you were touching her bow.
it's about 4 feet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why?
Karmeon wiggles it unconvincingly.
What do you need my bow for?
It's about 4 feet. It's the proper length.
Meira looks to Pekome. Help me, her eyes scream out.
Karmeon sets it down and goes over to a nearby open book full of illustrations and starts reading from it.
Meira picks up her bow.
And what does he say? Wait, a book of illustrations and starts reading it?
It's got words too. It's got words too. Karmeon does not notice the reclamation.
Okay. Maida, very confused, holds her bow to her chest and scurries off. Also, Maida would like to very diligently make sure that we all have torches before we
We
leave.
got a lot of torches.
Okay.
Collectively, we have torches, and that's
You
good.
have some torches. You got some lantern oil and a lantern, I believe.
Gotcha. Then Maida is satisfied.
Excellent.
From the powers of nature, art, and practice as causes affecting the defense of which we have treated up to this point arise every advantage and disadvantage of arms, but they derive physically from the just height and body and from the length of the sword, because a man large of frame and that carries a sword proportion to his body without doubt will, he never says what measure is, without doubt will arrive at measure first. In consideration of this, in order to compensate for the natural imperfection of those found to be of inferior size, and
You hear Pekome stomping away.
yeah, yeah, and then he looks up and everyone has gone and he's sans roughly 4 foot long object, and he keeps reading, and that's how half of his time is spent.
Okay, so half of his time across 2 days is sort of out loud reading very dense passages about fencing technique that he doesn't understand for everyone's benefit.
Yes.
Okay, great. And the other half?
The other half is researching at least 2 artifacts.
Mhm.
One being this really big sword that hisses when you swing it.
Yeah.
What
And
would that be?
He'll that's a conversation to be had later, the whole not hearing the hissing. Like that will probably get brought up and Pekome will give a strange look, and then he'll be like mentally table it, much like Behira made that same decision.
Mm-hmm.
And we will roll. We will roll to see if he figures out. Actually, Kevin, you'll roll. because
Yeah, I
we
will
talked about that.
secretly roll this. What is it that you're rolling?
The sword. It is cunning, so 15.
Okay. So I am going to, like a person who knows how to roll as a DM, hidden from everyone else.
Do that.
Roll.
/GM roll space whatever roll.
Yeah.
And we decided this in the 1.25% of the time in which I critically fail, I can still get information, but it can be completely wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So we said we're rolling your
Cunning, yeah.
cunning. Okay, which
Yeah.
is, I don't have your sheet open right now. just 'cause
15.
I'm typing. Okay. Cool. Okay. So you hit the books. This is gonna. So no, since you have Lore Master, we'll say that it doesn't cost you anything. There's actually a bit of a passage that has to do with consulting the Ordo Magica's libraries if you want, as a character
Yeah.
with Lore Master, to enhance your stuff. But since we haven't gotten into that, we'll worry about it later.
Okay.
But you do find a few passages by a scholar who has since died, which is a little surprising, honestly, since Ambria as a nation has only been around for about 22 years right now.
Right.
But his name is Theodice. Theodice.
The old us.
Theodice. And which is one word. He doesn't have a second name. Who's written about a sword named Black Gift that is supposedly a product of ancient Symbar. And according to him, although you might know that he has a bit of a penchant for exaggeration, and that some people don't put the most faith in what he writes, that it might have seeds of truth in generally everything, but he gets carried away with embellishments. It was a sword made from 100 slaves who were simultaneously sacrificed in a blood offering to the dark gods that the culture of Symbar worshipped. And all of their souls and all of their blood force were channeled into this one dark blade, and it was used by the champion of that particular nation and he never fell in battle until the entire civilization itself crumbled, at which point no one really knows what happened to him, but the sword was lost to history until it was found somewhat recently by a knight whose name is now lost because she took up the name of Black Gift herself and started patrolling. And you have enough links to kind of draw the correlation between the band that attacked Jarek's heart that you killed and stole the sword from, that it is one and the same. But the sword is described as having the ability to burst into unholy flame. Yeah?
Does he know about Jarek's heart?
He does not know about Jarek's heart. So he doesn't know that happened, but he knows that you guys are holding a sword that very much resembles what he described.
Yeah.
Unless you folks have actually filled him in on it.
I don't think either of our characters are openly talking to him yet.
Yeah, no, this is not a party that survives on open and free communication by any stretch of the imagination.
He touched my bow without asking. Of course, I'm not going to open up to him.
Karmeon passes on the general bad origins, the capabilities, and especially like probably the majority of the pages he passes on are about the direct, it went from this to here,
Yeah, and you can chart out a pretty interesting map across Davokar's forest, which is a lot of guesswork. I mean, it's hard to fault people's estimation of where things were in ancient Symbar because there's almost no evidence, right?
Yeah, he really just hands it over without explaining.
Okay, that does sound quite in character for Karmeon.
And then moves on to the eyedroppers.
Okay, so it doesn't take very long for you to realize they aren't an artifact.
Okay.
You do know, as someone who's been in the whole trinket and such recovery for some time at this point, not everything that has mystical power that can be found out in Davokar is a real artifact, something you would bond with and sacrifice part of the purity of your soul to like have mastery over, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a something below the class of an artifact. We'll call them like a curiosity or so, a trinket. And these eyedroppers, let me just give you another roll for investigating these fellas. Okay, so you do know that there are records not all that long ago, in fact, that someone found the name, found a similar eyedropper, and it's anyone's guess whether they are the same. But you know that let me find the name for this PC real fast. Okay. There was an artifact hunter named Edgar who lived in Thistlehold, who is, well known to people who keep up with the folk who pass through the settlement. And he discovered a number of glass eyedroppers, or so he said. And when he used one of them on himself, because he couldn't find anyone else who was willing to necessarily delve into what it was, it turned one of his eyes red. A very unpleasant red that made it look like he was blight touched, though he insisted he wasn't. Not many people believed him. They did think that he was at least corrupted by the darkness to some extent. Not enough to like lynch him or, chase him out of town. Most people who venture off into the woods come back corrupted in some form or another. It's just kind of a hazard of working. He also claimed that he could see people. He could see heat. If there was thin foliage, he could see an animal crouching in the leaves that no one else would be able to see. And he wasn't known as a particularly attentive or skilled hunter or anything like that. It's not like he was just calling on natural skill to make bravado. So there is at least some evidence that there are liquids kept in a state like the ones that Karmeon has found that can somewhat permanently alter the senses for better or worse. and they might have cosmetic side effects.
Okay. And it's probably, I think, maybe a bit difficult to get this much research done, but if at all possible, he would kind of try and get, ask Pekome, probably when handing over the notes, ask if he could see that necklace.
Yeah, and Pekome, Karmeon is asking to take a look at the lizard bone necklace that you've got around your neck under your armor. How does she respond to that?
First, she asks him why.
I'm investigating to see. There's unique things out there, but there's also templates of power.
Was your plan not to investigate all of this after we came back?
Well, I mean, if I can't figure out what it is in, this time, then of course, after, but I'm not asking anyone, I'm just reading. Yeah?
She's gonna go into her room, lock the door, and then try to take the necklace off.
Okay, she can. It doesn't magically stay
Damn.
fused or anything.
Damn.
I mean, I could have done anything!
And then she'll come back out, hold the necklace out, but request that she looks at this book he keeps reading at everyone about 4-foot-long wood.
Oh, yeah, it's right over there. And he kind of points. It's Master Ironhead's book.
She hand him the necklace and then go to look at the book.
Okay, he will investigate the necklace and try and find comparisons to it in form.
Okay, so you do not find anything in the books that you have access to right now about this particular form of jewelry or what it might do. However, the bone structure is actually quite similar to the sketches by sort of an archaeologist who went to a dig site and was investigating some of the relics left over there before they were packed up and brought back to Thistlehold to be sold throughout Ambria.
Okay, so we've got a location of where more might be found and a thread to follow, as those do.
Both of those things are true. Also, there's a bit of an annotation on the sketches that is pure hypothesis by the archaeologist who did all this recording, but he speculated that the lizards were used as something of a scapegoat or a ward. So if people believed that they were dark spirits or they were going to undertake something that would harm them or harm their ego, their self, they would use these lizards to absorb or to deflect what they called the evil instead of receiving it themselves. But it's a stretch, and there's certainly no confirmation. So whether that means anything or is just pure fiction is really up in the air.
Okay. But if it does, there's potentially good things. He's gonna probably jot down notes that say "very promising" in all capitals, and then draw black gift and the necklace and put arrows between the two.
Okay, great.
And that's all Karmeon has to do.
Meanwhile, Pekome is trying to see if this book is actually about building a fence rather than learning how to fence.
It is not, so far as you can tell, about building a fence.
I thought Pekome was just going to throw it out the window while he was busy.
No. It begins with, there is nothing in the world which nature, wise mistress, and benign mother of the universe,
She goes
with
to the
greater
last page.
genius and more diligent regard, yada yada yada. You flip through the pages, and you get to secure way of defending oneself from every sort of blow with a parry of a reverso and striking always with an imbricata.
Okay. So it is definitely a book about fencing, Peikome. Do either Peikome or Mira get up to anything during this 2-day period, or are you just recovering and preparing for the trip out?
Meira bonds with her gruesome companion, the Bone Crusher.
Bone Crusher. Okay.
There were a
Bone
lot of
Crusher is-
insulting ways that could have gone.
Delighted that
Meira goes to the park and plays with her dog.
Okay. So Mira bonds with the fearsome pup Bone Crusher by playing fetch in the Park of Elders over the next couple days.
She invites Rayvald to join her.
Okay. So she does that, and she spends a little time with the Rayvald. Peikome, are you mainly recovering?
Yes.
Okay.
This B, Kevin, and everyone else is the accompanying sketch for that last bit.
Uh,
It's in Symbaroum.
okay, great. Yes. Okay, I'm looking at it. Great. Fantastic. We're moving on. So 2 days have passed, and you guys have just stepped out through the northern gate of Thistlehold, crossed the firebreak, and entered the woods of Davokar, if only, very minimally so. What do you do now? Are you going to retrace your kind of indirect path that you're familiar with? Or are you going to try to cut a straight line off through the woods back to the ruins, or any other variation?
Can we get the big map?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll go back to that now.
Let me scroll down.
Do we have the 3 horses?
You do have all 3 horses.
Peikome would gesture her gauntlet at Mayra, saying vaguely along the lines of whatever way she wants to go.
Meira is certain that if we retrace our steps, we are likely to have better fortune than try a more precarious way.
All those vowels are hard for a poor barbarian. They pronounce things very differently than Ambrians do.
Yes.
We also don't want to accidentally stumble into the elves that found his group.
Yes.
You don't?
Do you wish for a rematch?
No?
It does not matter what you want. I am leading the group.
What?
Mayor has been given too much power.
No, right. So the 3 of you are going to cut north from Thistlehold up to the Enor River, and then venture east until you're able to find the ruins once again. You do know that this is the course that you took. It's estimated to take you about 3 days. The horses are going to make it easier, but they aren't going to make it faster necessarily, because you are traveling in a forest. And since you're familiar with the path, you have done this before and you've done it very recently. I will give you, starting at a +2 to the rolls to avoid encounters, just because you have a little bit of an extra edge as you're traveling this stretch of land, on top of Mayra's just general skill as a woods person.
Excellent. Is that vigilant or discreet?
I believe it's discreet, but I'll pull it up real fast here so that we are sure.
I think it was discreet to not get caught, and then vigilant.
Vigilant.
Yes. So every day the player characters travel in Davokar, one of them must make a discreet test. So this first day will
Plus
be
2.
discreet at a disadvantage of 2.
That's a
Enemy
positive
disadvantage
2.
of 2. Positive 2, correct. That's what you're putting down.
Ha.
That was a close one.
I know the way. Follow me.
Excellent. And things look very similar for Mayura and Pekome. Karmeon probably doesn't really recognize all that much of the terrain. It's what you took on the way back, but I imagine that was a fairly draining time for him, so I don't know how much he was taking in. But the first day passes uneventfully. At times, you see a bit of movement here or there, but nothing that engages you, nothing that seems too dangerous. And you pass the night quietly. So for day 2, it will be the same roll, but now you're down to an enemy disadvantage of 1.
All right.
Here comes the 20.
No. Why would you curse me like that? I know the way. Follow me. Oh, shit.
All right.
Classic Mayura.
And roll a 1d20.
Right,
Wrong
chat.
person found the eye drops.
Chat, I want you all to envision the number 1. We want a 1 here. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Not bad.
We've gotten into a fight every single trip.
All right. So a 4 means that you are going to be encountering.
Better not be more stag cultists.
It is cultists.
God
You have encountered a band of cultists in the woods. So on the second day of travel, you reach the river Enor. And how close are you when you're traveling along it?
Especially since we are traveling with noisy animals, and especially since creatures are often drawn to water for hydration, we are not going to be up against the riverbank. We will definitely have enough of a berth that we have the sound of the river to our north while we're traveling east, but not within eyesight of it.
Okay, and does Pekome permit this guidance, or does she steer the group closer to the river again?
Mayura is leading.
Okay,
This-
great.
this
Just
thing.
wanted to make sure.
He's learning. Character development.
And before something horrible happens and she never gets to lead again.
All right. Excuse me. So you're traveling parallel to the river, some distance away, and for all Mayura's skill at retracing routes in general bushcraft, you are accompanied by 3 horses and a person in full armor. It's not the most subtle collection that you could hope for.
Karmeon has no sense of stealth when it comes to the stylistic colors of his
Attire? Yeah, what is Karmeon
embroidered.
like right now? How's his embroidery going?
It's a little worn given, many days of travel and many days of very, very strenuous reading. But
Mhm.
it's a nice combination shade of blue swaths and yellow highlights that are goldish almost.
Mm-hmm.
None of those are forest colors.
Yeah, definitely not.
So, is this the same outfit he was wearing when he got covered in acid blood, or is this a different one?
It's got to be the same, but it's a little worn from as I was saying.
Okay.
I was
Washed.
just wondering if he had spares.
No.
This time, the cultists notice you before you notice them
Ah,
on
shit.
account of all the noise that you're making.
Trot, trot, clonk.
So your group is passing along into the south. There's something of a dense thicket. There's this scrubby undergrowth, and there are these thick bushes with these brownish curling leaves, and it blocks out most vision from that area. And it's something you might actually explore if you were on your own, Mayra, and you weren't kind of bogged down with these so-called civilized people that don't know the first
Maida
thing
likes to
about
call
traveling.
them baggage.
Okay, yes, the baggage. Excellent.
Has she ever said that out loud?
No. Yes, maybe.
And as
Not to
you're-
your face.
As you're coming along, suddenly there's a rustling, and 4 shapes dart out from the undergrowth. For only the barest moment, you can actually see, as bushes are pushed aside, there's something of a clearing. It's a short clearing without any grass. It almost looks like it's been scorched back because there's blackened earth in every direction except this sort of cracked stone altar that looks like it has some kind of blighted creature. You can see it's been infected by corruption, but it's also very dead, and it's been stretched out on the altar, which makes all the more unnerving the fact that most of these cultists have rivulets of blood around their mouths. It looks like they've been drinking blood from a corrupted animal, which can't be a good idea.
Ugh.
And their eyes are blazing as they look upon the 3 of you.
Blazing how?
Blazing fervently, not actually on fire. They
Okay.
just look
Wild and
wildly possessed with fervor and
Feverishly bright.
they
with
want your blood,
hatred.
Stella.
No.
as they look upon you.
It
There's a
belongs
sort of
to
a
me.
tall, broad-shouldered man who comes out in the midst of the other 3. And as he sees you, he lifts a hand and he points up at Pekome and he says, Sarath promised we would have our vengeance upon you. And they look like they're, just starting to charge at you guys now.
Maida will shoot one of them with her bow.
Okay, well, you're going to roll for initiative before that.
No, we're not.
No,
We
we're
don't
not.
do that.
I'll-
Symbaroum.
No, we don't do that here.
I
We
rolled
don't
an
do that
11,
here.
just
You
like
rolled an
every other
11.
time.
I rolled a 13.
Okay, that's fair. Let me pull this up and get it configured.
Pekome's going to say a witty one-liner.
Is she?
In response to what the stout man says, she replies with, he has sent you only to your graves.
Okay.
Are we burying them?
And Karmeon has ruined the insult, -1 effectiveness. Who just rolled dice?
I set chapstick down like this. It
Is that
came
a
up
repeat
a
there?
Carmex.
Ah.
Wait, is that how you got the name for Karmeon?
No. Kevin came up with the
I
name
came up with the
Carmeon.
name for Karmeon.
Oh, that's a really good name.
I just took one of the characters that was in the journal.
Yep. There's Karmeon, Mira. Pekome. Mira's an 11. What's Pekome's quick?
13.
And Karmeon's?
Does not use quick, he uses cunning.
Oh, he uses cunning. All right, and what's that?
15.
Great. Okay.
Until Karmeon showed up, Pekome was the first to act in her heavy armor.
There we go. We are all set
Listen,
up.
it isn't about who shoots first. It's about who shoots the best.
But that's neither of those have ever been you.
Wow. What's Mira's vigilant?
It is 10, 11,
10. 11. Okay, all right. So the cultists go first.
13. Why does it say 10 on there?
Okay, it's 13.
Are you looking at my sheet?
No, it's 13. I need to fix my overlay.
Alrighty. Karmeon, it is your turn. You go first. None of the cultists look like they have long weapons. They all have basically axes, although the broader one that spoke out is holding a sword.
Okay. Karmeon will just stay next to Pekome and get a rapier and shield ready.
Okay. So he just readies up. Pekome.
I am going to do a quick check to see if I can draw my weapons in time to fight.
So there is the matter of the fact that y'all are on horses that you may want to consider. before getting
Honestly,
into
I thought
combat.
we were using the horses for transport and just walking.
Oh, are you not riding? Are you just using them as pack animals?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah,
Give it the forest.
definitely.
Kind of.
In a
Uh-huh.
forest.
Yeah. You want to lead them instead of being on them.
Mm-hmm. That's all right.
Alright.
Okay, so you are not on horseback, which is favorable for you in this encounter. Karmeon just gets ready. Pekome, go ahead and make that check to see if you can do it.
Nope.
You sure can.
So then I will take my turn readying my sword and shield
Okay.
and standing at the head of the group.
So there are 3 cultists. I'm just going to get their health values ready here.
3 cultists and the leader, or 2 in the leader?
Well, there are 4 people. There are 3
Okay.
cultists and a cult leader.
Well, they're all cultists, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, okay.
Listen, don't get sassy with the
There are
DM right
14 cultists who just came out of the woods behind you.
Well,
You die.
It's a shame the other
Uh,
2 are gonna die here.
All right. So the leftmost cultist, who is wielding an axe, is a woman with sort of reddish hair that has been pulled back in a tight braid, and she charges forward to draw close to let's see, Mara would be in the lead, so she's going to charge Mara and lash out.
No, don't do that.
She says that. No, don't do this.
Yes. All right. What is the modifier?
The modifier that you are going to be rolling against is 0.
Maida sees this person lunge towards her, and she initiates her cut-like reflexes. Nope.
Okay. Well,
Shouldn't have
you
jumped
negate
backwards into the
4
horse.
damage, which is pretty hefty. Yeah, so you don't actually take any damage because of your armor.
Oh,
So she
okay.
lashes out with a hatchet, and Ikome tries to dodge, or sorry, Meira tries to dodge away. I'm just used to people negating armor being Ikome. So yeah, it sinks into the light armor, but Meira manages to twist away before it really bites down any deeper.
like I said, cat-like reflexes.
Cat-like reflexes.
Yeah, she angled herself in such a way that the blow was glancing instead of head-on.
At least as long as she's not hanging down a shaft tied to her robe. No dodging that.
Cat-like reflexes.
Whose
So the
idea
fact-
was that?
Who do you think?
Wasn't mine.
No. All bad ideas are Pekome's.
Ah.
Alright, this pen is super
Except for the let's kick a corpse into the pit idea. That was Dane.
So the second
That worked.
cultist will also rush forward. He focuses in on Karmeon. So he's going to lash out and attack at a flat 0.
Okay. I will roll. Karmeon has his shield and his rapier,
God.
so he's
Wow.
he has to use his shield.
Mm-hmm.
Takes this on the shield.
Doesn't quite manage with the rapier, but he
Yeah.
does, manage to say
Yeah.
fine. So
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Is
Batters the
he repeating
hatchet
what
away
he
with his
read?
shield. No, but he is looking. He kind of points the rapier at the guy as he runs in, and looks a little disappointed that he's not skewered.
Yeah, naturally. And the very last one sort of takes a look at Pekome and how much armor she's on, and instead he's going to charge Mara as well.
What?
Yeah, sorry, you look far more inviting as a target goes.
It's probably because I'm not the one wearing a tin can.
Yep. That,
Excuse you, I'm wearing a steel can.
So he'll run up, and Mira is now going to be flanked.
No.
So you are going to roll for defense at a penalty this time. So the enemy disadvantage is -2.
Oh, I don't like that. Oh, whoa, I almost typed -3. Excuse me. Okay, -2.
Don't make it harder for yourself.
Oh,
Oh no.
it's only 3
Okay, so you negate. I need to look up flanking because I cannot ever remember how it affects damage or if it
Only-
does.
For us, it's +1d4. I don't know if it's 1d4 for enemies.
Yeah, that's why I gotta look it up.
I thought it was double.
Yeah,
No,
that's
that's
what we
crit.
did.
Double
Yeah.
is crits.
Oh,
Yeah, that's for crit.
what's the issue here?
Flanking is what we're doing.
Kory saw the 1 for negated and thought crit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Flanking 161. All right.
Or
PDFs
he-
are
Or he saw the
godsend.
11 and thought it was a double crit.
How about I just take 3 damage? I like that.
An advantage. Okay, so it actually just means you get advantage. Your character has advantage +2 in X. Yeah, so we'll just say it's a flat 2. Because that's half, and we always go with hard numbers on NPCs
Okay.
instead of rolls. So you're going to take 6 damage mitigated by 1, which means you take a hit of 5 damage. Now, what's Mira's pain threshold?
5?
5. All right.
No.
In that case, the cultist,
Does it have
It's
to
a
equal
really-
or beat?
it just has to meet, as far as I.
Yeah,
Have
if you
been
hit
using
that
it so far.
number, you have
Mhm.
hit your threshold.
Okay.
So the cultist axe lashes out horizontally as Mira is sort of recovering from her earlier dodge, and it just catches her right in the gut. It sinks through the leather, and more or less gores you across the abdomen. Mira lets out an involuntary scream, and the cultist shoulders forward to sort of just bowl her over onto the ground, and she's going to start the next round prone. And that's the last cultist. It is Mira's turn. All right, what would you like to do?
All right, what do I have to do to stand up?
So if you're standing up,
You
I
have to
think
do a
that's on our
quick
cheat sheet,
test,
right?
and then if you fail, you have to spend your movement action to get up.
Yeah. So stand up requires a successful quick test. Get back up on your feet after being knocked down or otherwise falling down.
Okay. I roll my quick. Is it just flat?
Yeah, it's not opposed, just a regular quick test.
All right. Chat, think of small numbers.
20's kind of small.
Fantastic. So Mira does manage to stand up.
Clutching at her injury with an arm, she tumbles back up very awkwardly. And then she's going to try to use acrobatics ? To get out of melee.
Yep, that is definitely something you can do.
Okay, so I roll another quick. Think small numbers, chat.
Nice.
Nice. I'm not sure what else I have left, but I'd like to run the fuck behind Pekome.
Yeah, so basically with the acrobatics roll, you can just use your combat action as a movement action this time, which would be wise, and get behind the Pekome.
Mm.
That is it. So now it is the cult leader. Okay, so he does not have that yet.
Yet.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, man.
He has not yet summoned his elder god in this fight.
So he's going to close with Pekome, I suppose. And he's just going to lash out with his sword. You are going to roll to defend. Let me get his stats back up. because I had to leave them behind a moment ago.
You don't need them. We'll just roll flat.
Yeah, just roll flat. So you have an enemy disadvantage on this defense test of 1.
Positive?
Yeah, in your favor.
Oh, wow.
Okay. He does not connect.
You didn't even chip the paint.
Nope, not even a little bit. And that brings us around to the top of the order again. Karmeon, you're up. You are
Karmeon
faced with one opponent right now.
will stab away with his rapier after assuming a form that doesn't really look very good and
Yeah.
probably doesn't resemble the illustrations.
Mm-hmm.
He critically misses.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
that's that form is really not good.
He overextends.
That is what we like to call a big oof.
Yeah. So let's just take a
that
gander here. I don't know
Them
what
getting an
Fairfield
attack
does.
back, I think.
I think that would definitely make sense. Should really just jot these down on a spare page sometime so I can consult them.
Are they not on our quick reference of combat thing?
Since
Not critical.
optional,
Since they're an
yeah.
optional thing.
Fumbled attack. The enemy receives a free attack against the player character. 179.
Yeah, there we go. Just found that as well. All right, so the enemy is going to get a free attack on you here. So if you could go ahead and roll to defend at 0.
All right. Karmeon ably dances away.
All right, manages
Got
to
his
recover in
footwork
time.
down.
Very well done.
He must have read that in a book.
Hey, Kory,
did.
you're up.
So what we've learned so far, as is continuing tradition, is that Karmeon should just never attack.
Can we throw this out?
Definitely looks that way sometimes.
Alright, so she's going to slightly position herself in such a way where, like, the leader and the two that Mayura just ran from are all, like, in the generally in front of her. So they
Sorry,
have
how does she move?
just slightly, like, around, so that way everyone but whoever Karmeon's fighting would have to go through her to get to Mayura. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Just sidestep a bit.
To a degree, that works. She can kind of interpose herself. However, since she's engaged in combat with the cult leader, and the other two were engaged with Mayra a short distance behind, they could sort of loop around, unless Peikome were to, like, disengage with the
just leave the cult
leader.
leader, like, right in front of Mayura.
Yeah, which I wouldn't recommend. But I get the feel of what you're doing, and it will definitely hinder people trying to get around her for sure.
She at the very least wants the three of them in her line of sight.
Yep, totally doable.
And then she is going to swing at the cult leader.
All right, give it a go. Let's see what the modifier is. What is this page that I'm looking at right now?
And she's also gonna yell at Karmeon to focus on protecting Mayura.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So you are attacking with a wow.
With a wow.
With a wow. Enemy disadvantage of 5.
Positive?
Yes, this is a very easy hit for you.
I'm very worried about what's gonna happen later.
Second stage.
Alright. Unfortunately, no advantage on this, so it's just the 7 damage.
Okay. You kind of just hammer into the guy. He's not really wearing armor, per se. It's more of a silken robe type thing. So you deal quite a substantial amount of damage to him. And he lets out a curse. But as you are sort of pulling the blade across his body, he does reach down and he kind of scrabbles at the armor of your gauntlet, and he comes away with a little flake of something in his hand. That's all. It doesn't do anything right now.
All right.
So it's the cultist's turn, and they will swarm Pekome. The two unattached ones right now, at least. So one runs up sort of to the side of the cult leader and presses in with a fervence that suggests she's kind of trying to pull your attention away from the cult leader now that he's been wounded so substantially.
Mhm.
She will attack. You are at disadvantage now, so go ahead and roll a defense with a modifier of enemy of -2.
-2.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay. So the enemy connects. You ward off 2 of the 4 damage. So you take 2 points of damage. The hatchet just kind of arcs down and it kind of catches on Pekome's shoulder and then skitters across the armor towards her neck. And when it catches the more sharp angle of the metal there, it bites just a little through and draws a little blood. But it's certainly not the worst wound Pekome has ever taken, even in the past couple days. The next cultist will sort of run up and wind around Pekome. It looks like maybe they're getting ready to angle towards Mayra again, but for now, they try to lash out at Pekome's back while she's under assault. So just the same roll again. Oh, I'm sorry. You took 4 points of damage because you're flanked. Because it's an extra 2. Okay, yeah. So
Fun.
4 points of damage. And you will be attacked again.
We just got healed.
Well, yeah. So this is good. You negated 4 of the initial 4 damage, so you just take 2 damage this time. But again, an axe comes down, and Pekome, beset on all sides, can't help but take a few wounds here or there.
Bloody cultist.
Yep,
More
they're
ways
the
than one.
worst.
Maybe we should run away next time.
There was never that option. Well, Mayor, it's time to be a hero.
I can be your hero, baby.
It is Mary's turn.
Mayra will try to shoot at the one that the one that was the last one to attack Pekome
Okay.
from the back.
Fantastic.
I shall use my bow
Okay.
modifier.
So that is just a modifier of 1. Positive 1.
Boop. Haha.
Wowzers. Alright, you do 7 damage. Their armor is such and such.
So with that, I am a marksman.
Mm-hmm.
My projectiles provide a crippling effect. They must do a strong against my accurate. And they cannot move if it succeeds.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, what is their strong?
So their strong is... they're the ones doing the test, right? Or
Yeah.
is it
So I
your
roll accurate against their strong.
Oh, against their strong. Okay. All right. Fantastic. So that cultist strong is 9, so you will have a positive 1 for the enemy disadvantage.
Boop. Haha.
Okay, so you have pinned that cultist in place. Furthermore, you have reached that cultist's damage threshold, so you may either send them to the ground
Knock him down.
or have a free attack.
Mm.
If you knock him down,
Oh, he
he
can't get up because he doesn't have movement either.
Yeah.
Yes, I will knock them down.
Okay. So the arrow, I guess we'll say it more or less just bites through the cultist's leg, maybe their thigh. And it cuts in, and the muscle, just as it's severed, can't support his weight, and he stumbles to the ground and is sort of letting out this hissed grunt as he starts trying to scrabble to his feet, but for the moment he's unable to do so. It's the cult leader's turn.
All right. So this is probably gonna suck.
Yeah, so the cult leader is going to use
Hi, Jacob the cat.
He summons the elder god cat.
He wants food. Much like the elder god.
I require sustenance.
Feed me or perish.
Mayra says that every day at morning.
Yeah.
Pretending to be Bone Crusher.
Oh, Bop says please boop the cat.
He's already gone. It's too late.
Did he just run up to you, go meow, and then run away?
And I ran back to June to whine more.
Classic Mayra.
Pekome,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
make a resolute test
Hey!
with a modifier of 0.
Hey.
Very nice. Do it again.
You're mean.
I'm sorry.
Second A.
Oh,
I did it again.
The exact same roll. Okay,
Wow.
so the cult's leader cups his hands around what he's stolen from Pekome. And you see this. Well, if you're looking at him, I assume you are since you've been engaged with him, even if you've been attacked a couple times now.
Mm-hmm.
You see this kind of black shape flicker across his left eye in this kind of swirling fashion before it disappears, and he mouths something under his breath. And for a moment, you feel something pulling at the inside of your body. It's disconcerting. It feels like something's trying to almost just pull you out of yourself. But you're able to resist the feeling, and nothing immediately happens. It's Karmeon's turn.
Well, Karmeon is going to attempt to identify what tribe these individuals are from.
So you're having a little difficulty doing that. They
Yeah.
are all wearing what are clearly occult robes.
So it's not. Yeah. Okay.
So they aren't. If they do have any specific markings or attire that would show their allegiance as far as the clans in Davokar go, they're hidden under their robes. At the
Okay.
moment.
Then he's just gonna say, in general barbarian language, it varies from person to person, about the
Mhm.
most filthy, horrible things you could say about Sereth in a long, extended rant. Just, every bad, nasty, traditional thing you could say about
Yeah.
a person, he says about Sereth, while
Absolutely.
really, frankly, just flailing away with a rapier.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to attack the cultists you've been paired off with.
Does the language he used offend Mayra?
Oh my god,
Karmeon,
stop!
please.
Just stop!
Go ahead and
Just
confirm.
stop trying!
Oh my god.
Oh my
Didn't we go over this? Stop attacking.
Okay.
And then he ably, to all appearances, this was all intentional,
Yeah.
as he overextends while yelling in a barbarian language, foul, nasty, horrible things. Sereth breeds with goats.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait, he can't even do that because he can't get it up unless it's dead. Really nasty, horrible things. Just
Okay.
the most, because you're not sure if that's actually insulting when discussing a cultist god.
Yeah, so
At
the
first
the
blush.
cultist that you are, or that Karmeon is fighting, clearly understands what's being said because she just gets more. Or sorry, no, she was attacking Mara. No, she's on Pikame. He gets more and more angry. He goes red in the face and he just growls under his breath. And as Karmeon sort of flails about ineptly and once more opens himself to attack, the cultist lashes out violently, but he's so infuriated and sensed that it isn't too difficult for Karmeon to just, even off balance, deftly recover.
I've figured out what's going on. Karmeon is Spike from Cowboy Bebop, and so it just looks like he's falling over the place, but he's actually deftly avoiding them like the water.
Yeah.
Okay. Pekome, it is your turn.
All
Please
right.
kill something.
Probably not going to happen. She's going to strike the other cultist, not the cult leader, the one that isn't injured yet.
Okay.
She wants to try and like knock down some of her
So just to be
opposition.
clear, you have a wounded cult leader, a wounded cultist, and then a healed cultist.
Yes.
And you're attacking the full health cultist?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
To be fair, one of the wounded cultists is down on the ground,
Yeah.
potentially not able to get up.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
He's
fine.
just trying to like give herself some space.
I love the are you sure you want to do that tone of voice from the dungeon master?
What is my modifier, Mr. Master?
Forest Master.
So the modifier, I think, does being flanked
It only
affect
gives advantage. It
your
doesn't give-
attacks? Okay, so it doesn't give disadvantage, just advantage. So just go ahead and roll an attack with a flat 0.
For the base cultist?
Or actually, I'm sorry, a 1. A positive 1 modifier for you.
Oof. See, it didn't matter who I hit.
Okay. So Pekome lashes out, but the one remaining cultist who has not been harmed yet manages to really just pretty easily dance back from the blow. And then she dips back into Pekome's face and is ready to fight. And it is the cultist's turn, so we'll start with her. She's going to attack Pekome. Go ahead and roll defense at -2. Oh my god. Oh no, you get... Okay, good. Whew. I saw that 8, and I still think it's damage dealt. and
Yeah,
I was like,
same.
oh my lord.
I was like, oh my god.
Hey, look, the heavy armor's actually doing
Okay,
its
yeah.
job.
That's good. That's good. You negate 8 damage, which means even though it's quite a solid hit, Pekome just kind of shudders, catches it on her shield, really. And,
There's just that loud, like, shing of metal scraping against metal. As what would have been a clean blow with any lighter armor. Just slides off.
Yeah. So the second cultist is on the ground. And that's just kind of what he's doing. He's on the ground.
He rips the arrow out, so next turn he'll be able to get up.
Yep.
No,
He's
he.
ready to...
How about he just takes a nap? He should just stay down.
He just takes a nap. He's down there, so he might as well catch up on some sleep.
He's accepted this.
The third cultist, who is engaged with Karmeon, is going to lunge for another attack on him with increasing anger. It's just a flat defense, modifier of 0.
Yeah,
Misses.
I rolled.
Very good.
Yeah. Karmeon dances away again.
Yep. Mayra, it's your turn.
Mayra. Would she would she get any kind of advantage to striking the one that is very clearly incapable of dodging?
The prone one? Yeah, let me see about that.
At basically point blank range.
I do
'Cause-
think you get inherent advantage on attacking a prone person, but I don't know
'Cause-
if it applies to ranged attacks.
Ah, okay. Maybe I get a
Have we checked her
higher
sheet?
plus attack?
You're really fishing, huh?
Nah, you'll land the shot, Stella. Don't
Plus
worry.
5?
This is gonna be your perfect
I'm hearing
shot.
a plus 5.
I don't think you're hearing a +5.
Plus
let's
Fighting
see.
while lying
4.
down is possible, but not recommended because each enemy that has engaged gets advantage.
What? That doesn't help.
Yeah, so because she's not in melee, she doesn't count as
Dang.
an advantage. I'm sorry, just a normal attack for Meira.
So that's a +1.
That is a +1 for the
Okay.
modifier in your favor.
Meira tries to aim for the face of the one on the ground.
Okay.
Ooh. That's 5.
Very solid. So that's 5, which means that's 3.
That's the.
But there's no
Someone's
armor on the
practicing not
face.
giving us any info.
Holy smokes, this pen is absolutely driving me up a wall. Hang on.
He's got 3 armor. Who knows what that could be? It could be 3. It could be 30.
13.
Listen.
Why?
You. Okay. So the cultist is harmed but not dead. And it is the cult leader's turn. He sort of tightens his jaw as whatever he was trying to do to Pekome doesn't work. And he resettles himself, heedless of the blood that's beginning to darken his clothing. He clenches his hands together and appears to attempt the same thing once more. Pekome, roll your resolute.
Am I going to do it twice if I succeed?
If you succeed, yes.
And it was 0 before?
Correct. Modifier 0. All right.
Oh,
Ooh, very nice.
should I? Oh, that doesn't crit,
Pog.
right? Only attacks?
Yeah, so it doesn't actually matter at all. But
Well, we'll just treat that as Pekome's like maximum resolute right now.
yeah, basically Pekome is excited to have resolute again as a stat. And she's already felt this man try to kind of do something to her. So as the feeling begins to settle upon her again, she's all the more easily capable of shrugging it away. And you do see before your eyes this blight mark begin to form as the man's left side of his face kind of warps. His ear starts to curl and grow sort of bark-like in consistency as flesh turns into what looks like it might be the side of a tree, and that begins to overtake his cheek, his temple. His hair starts to turn mossy, but he seems entirely heedless of that transformation as he's wrapped up in the fight.
He is corrupting very fast.
He is corrupting, yes.
All right, Karmeon, it's time to do whatever you do.
Karmeon keeps implying that Sereth is really just incapable of the very basic nature of what it is to procreate, and that's very sad and pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Wait, are you actually rolling or okay? Yeah.
Yeah, because each time I've rolled something that wasn't a 20 when I rolled to confirm.
Okay.
What the?
Kory.
All right. If you crit 3 times in a row,
What the heck, man?
Kory.
we're gonna need to institute some kind of cascading failure here,
What?
where when it happens again, you like fall over or something.
How is
because
this possible?
We chose
Alright.
the option for less crits.
For a 3rd time in a row on the very infrequent crit roll set, Kory has managed to flub Karmeon's attack.
But
However,
not
he does
not not to his detriment.
All right,
not to his detriment.
Pekome's gonna give you some advice, seeing as how you've done nothing to
Uh-huh.
them.
It
She's
is
going-
Pekome's turn too.
She's going to yell out, "Stick him with the pointy bit," like this, and then she's
That's
gonna,
what the book says.
and then she's gonna stab at the cult leader because he's quickly becoming an abomination.
Okay, so she rounds on the cult leader and lets fly. Go ahead and attack. Your modifier, I believe, is a +5.
Wow.
Okay, that is a 6, which is less than 6 in terms of pure raw damage. Okay, so you cut into him, and it definitely looks like it hurts. The cult leader has 2 gaping wounds in his chest and his stomach now, both wrought by the same sword. And he looks in very dire straits.
Which sword is it?
It's just a regular sword right
Oh.
now.
Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use my shield.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were using shield, but
Mhm.
that makes sense.
Okay. It is the cultist's turn.
Also, you don't hear a hissing.
You're right.
So the first cultist attacking Pekome will attack again. Go ahead and
They don't
roll.
have to, you know. Isn't this like a cultist holiday of no attacking?
It was until you showed up. So go ahead and roll to defend.
-2.
-2.
I've been hit every single time.
Yeah, but you have heavy armor and a shield, so you're in a good spot. You
And-
negate the full damage from the blow again. It's a heavy blow, and it jars Pekome. She shudders under it, but she manages to stop from taking any real damage. The other cultist fights back up to his feet, snarls angrily, and lashes out at Pekome. So you'll have to roll to
I thought
defend
there
it.
was a.
-2.
I thought we kept testing against the original, like.
He has. If he doesn't succeed, he spends his movement getting up. But I think Kevin just combined the two of like.
Yeah.
No, I thought with Stella's pinning, like every time it was still tested against accuracy. Like
That's a great question.
rolls.
We can take a quick peek at the skill.
Marksman for breaking the pin.
Stella,
Yes,
your ability.
my ability.
Read it.
The attack deals damage as usual, and if the target is wounded, the creature successful die roll means they cannot move. As soon as the target manages to move, the crippling effect is gone. Okay, you are correct. So yeah, this turn, Stella, could you roll your accurate with a modifier of
5.
+1?
That's like a 5.
You are not going anywhere.
Okay, yeah, no, so he's still stuck on the ground.
It was a decisive shot.
It was quite the decisive shot. The third cultist is going to flail incensed at Karmeon.
Karmeon likewise potentially flails.
Yep, just go ahead and roll to defend. All right.
No,
Misses.
he dances away elegantly and in the same barbarian tongue.
Continues insulting their god.
Suggests that he's let the man hit him 3 times and he's still missed.
Uh-huh.
He'd say Sereth only knows how, but Sereth is too ignorant to know anything.
Okay. And that's all the cultists, so it is Mayura's turn again.
Meira will attempt to strike the one that is on the ground.
Okay. Let
And-
fly.
Modifier of +1. Boop.
Correct.
Haha.
Hey,
Excellent.
Wow.
have you been keeping track of your arrows?
3.
I bought so many arrows. I've got like 30 arrows.
Now you have 27.
I only ask because we fought something every possible opportunity.
So go
Hey,
ahead
you
and
moved.
kill this man.
All right. So Maida draws back her bow, pointing straight down at the cultist, and thunk, right into the eyeball, just completely skewer straight through and into the brain, and the body just slumps unceremoniously.
All right, fantastic shot. So one of the cultists has been felled at this point. 2 remain along with the cult leader, whose turn it is. The cult leader, in this case, will continue to do the thing that he has been attempting to do for some time. Pekome, roll a pair of defenses
I
for your
would
risk.
appreciate him stopping.
Well, he'll stop when he's dead, or when you succeed,
I
Wait,
have
she's-
or
one.
when you fail.
Is this like a physical manifestation of mystical power?
No,
Okay.
you can feel it, but you can't see it. Cut. One more.
Oh,
dear.
Gasp.
It's okay. It can't crit. It's just bad.
That's true. It's about as bad as it can go.
Just bad.
So Pekome feels once again that tugging on her soul. And this time she starts to fight it off, but then this sensation of sort of creeping ice just stabs in at your mind from several different directions. And you start to feel a little more sluggish and distant until you realize you aren't looking at the same thing that you were looking at a moment before. Instead, Pekome is sort of staring down at herself in the scene of the fight. She sees the dead cultist just behind her. She sees the cult leader as his eyes close and he seems to sink into a sort of trance. And she sees her body wheel around to face Karmeon and Mera. Karmeon, it's your turn.
Okay.
It only took 8 rolls, but he did it.
Yeah.
Karmeon, yet again, stabs away.
Okay. Wow. God damn it, Karmeon. I mean, at least he hit.
He pops them with the wrong side of the sword.
Yeah. So
Because there's two
it's a
sides,
rapier.
and one is blunt.
Yeah, and it doesn't do a thing.
It stings.
Well, okay.
There's a welt.
He might feel it. So now it's Pekome's turn.
Alright. So what are my options as a spooky ghost?
You do not have any options.
Okay.
You watch as Pekome marches forward to join the other cultist in attacking Karmeon. So Pekome flanks Karmeon and lashes out with a sword. So that's going to be...
Please dodge this.
What is Pekome's accurate?
I use strong.
Oh,
if
you
you're
use
using all my stuff.
Okay, so your strong
Is
is 12. So that's just going to be a -2.
Hey, you're in luck, Karmeon. I still have reduced strength.
Yeah. So Kory, you're going to roll to defend at a penalty of -4.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Karmeon ably dodges away and, on pure instinct, says that Prios is also something to become.
Okay. So yeah, there's almost nothing to show what's happening to Pekome for the two of you because she's completely clad in armor, right? I mean, you can't even see if her expression's any different at this point. But she wheels around and she advances on Karmeon and lashes out with a sword. And Karmeon manages, sort of with his preternatural dexterity and sort of sense of tactics or whatever else you want to call it,
He knows where to put
He-
his feet.
dodges away and instinctively blasphemes against Prios. Because why not?
Listen, we need all the help we can get.
Yeah, that's his go-to move, you know? Insult your god.
Yeah. It's now the cultist's turn. We'll start with the cultist on Karmeon. So he's going to roll to attack Karmeon. You are now sitting at a -2 due to being flanked.
So, much the same. Oh.
Yeah, just not quite as bad because he doesn't have as impressive stats as Pekome does.
The good thing
Which
is...
could be even more impressive.
Nice. The good thing is, if we manage to survive, and we're completely fucked up, we could just turn around and go back to Thistle.
It
We've
is
only
true.
taken 12 damage total.
I am 3 away from my max threshold.
Wow, really? Even with all the soaking you've been doing?
You
Wow.
hit me like 4 times with high hits.
True.
4, 2, 2
Me.
for him. So yeah, 8, and then yeah.
Okay. So the very last of the cultists who's still alive is going to close the distance to Mayra
No.
and attack her. So go ahead and roll to defend at 0.
Karmeon,
No.
don't you fail your job. You were given 1 job.
Oh.
It's okay, he doesn't have advantage.
So you negate 4 damage, which is all of it in this particular case. So Mayra takes a pretty solid blow, but between the angle of the leather and her attempt to evade, it simply rolls away with another gash in the armor to show for it.
My armor is the real MVP here.
For real, though.
Can we
It's Mira's turn.
appreciate that Pekome told Karmeon how to attack and he landed his first hit?
This is true, but he did not do what she said.
Mayra will shoot the cultist leader.
Okay. Does she sort of disengage with the cultist that she's with right now? or
Yes.
does she stay there?
She disengages first.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your quick
Acrobatic.
acrobatics.
Quick. Yes.
Fantastic.
So Mayra just sort of nimbly dips out of the way and then pulls back on her bow and attempts to strike the leader. What is
Yeah.
the modifier?
5 for your favor.
Oh. Music to my ears. Well, that's a big 3 there.
You tickled him.
It is a big 3 there.
However, well, does it inflict any damage?
Yeah, so that through his armor is enough to inflict 1 point of damage, which is enough to kill him.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm
How
entirely
often do we
serious.
get people down to 1 hit?
His toughness is 10 and he had 9 points of damage.
Oh my god. Okay, so Mayra just kind of dips out of the way of this attack. She pulls back her bow and she lets it loose, and the air just solidly thunks right into the throat of this abomination, making it gurgle on its own blood.
Yeah. Excellent. So he gurgles and sort of staggers back a step and then collapses to the ground. And Pekome feels this sort of wrenching sensation. It feels like something's trying to pull her farther and further from her body. And it hurts all of a sudden. Previously, it was just this disorientation and this separation, but now it feels like something's clawing into your mind. But it gets weaker, and something's pulling you back, and suddenly you're back in your mind, in your own skin, really. You're in your body. You're seeing the scene as you would from your own eyes, and there's sort of a flood of warmth that starts to cut away at this numbing cold that has been seeping in throughout the possession. Which means you're in control of yourself again, and it is Karmeon's turn.
Okay, Karmeon is going to ask Pekame?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he stabs someone. Well, maybe he doesn't stab someone else, but he sure tries. The good old college try. Hey, it's just a normal miss. Third time's the charm for those. And roughly stunned, but otherwise okay. He stops insulting any gods.
Okay. Pekame, it is your turn. She's still pretty out of it, but you're not going to suffer any negative effects, mechanically speaking.
Also, this guy is probably flanked.
You sure? Well, I mean, if Pikeme were to shift about
Yeah.
just a little bit, yeah.
She does not. Instead, she's going to lumber over to the person trying to stab Mayra and stab them.
Okay. You don't flank the person because she's not fighting Mayra right now, since Mayra acrobatics away, but you can go ahead and attack. It is a modifier of 1 in your favor. 8 damage.
Ooh. Threshold?
I would hope so.
And then some.
Well, once you look at the armor, it changes just a little bit, but even so, yes. You do manage to inflict a number of damage that is above her pain threshold. Would you like to attack again or send her to the ground?
Attack again.
Go right ahead.
Mm.
Pikome is just yelling and like chopping wildly down at this point.
Yeah, so she's in pain. Both attacks land solidly, but she's not dead. And it's the cultist's turn. Because she's under attack, she can't really continue to chase after Mayra, and she will turn to try to ward off Pikome's repeated attacks with an attack of her own, wrenching the hatchet around in horizontal motion. Go ahead and roll to defend with a modifier of 0. Okay, they miss entirely. The other cultist attacks Karmeon.
Not even a problem.
He's totally gonna get hit now. Oh.
The only reason I didn't believe that is because it's almost impossible to hit Karmeon. Okay, so it's both the cultist's turn passed. It is now Mayra's turn.
Mayra will notch a arrow at the one in front of Pikome.
Mm-hmm.
There's a 1, I believe.
Yep. 1 to your favor.
Boop.
Great, that kills her.
Yes, she was at 1 hit point.
No, she had 2.
Okay.
Mayra pulls back on her bow and the arrow cuts through the air like a blade and just embeds itself into the ear of the cultist.
She just kind of twitches a little bit and flops onto the ground at Pikome's feet. Karmeon.
Karmeon, yet again, gives it the good old college try and whiffs.
Pikome.
But it's getting better.
Pikome just slowly turns around, walks over to Karmeon, and then not even so much as a swing as like a shank at the person from behind.
Okay. So because you are flanking them, your modifier is going to be 3 in favor of you. Alright, that's 6 damage.
1d4.
Plus 1d4. Okay. So that's 8 damage.
Okay, we're well on track for Mayra to kill every single one of them.
Yeah. So would you like to make a free attack or would you like to send her to the ground?
Since she did like a shank, she's gonna like knock him to the ground.
Okay. Yeah. So you just sort of bash into him with your heavily armored form, and he collapses to the ground at Karmeon's feet. Mayra. Well, actually, I guess he can get up. So he does get a turn. So he gets knocked down, but he gets up again.
I get knocked down.
And he'll sort of wheel about in disorientation, or perhaps just sheer despair from attacking Karmeon over and over, until attack Pikome. Go ahead and roll to defend. Modifier 0. Alright. Pikome ably knocks aside the attack with her shield. And it is Mayra's turn.
Oh!
Wow. That arrow whistles between Karmeon and the cultist.
An arrow just plinks off of Pikome's shield for some reason.
Not quite.
Is 2 good or bad?
In what context?
Modifier.
2. A modifier of 2 is favorable for you.
While
if you were
he's
rolling it.
distracted, Karmeon stabs him, whaps him. We'll figure that out once I roll a 1d4.
Stop slapping people with the rapier.
He slices the man across something with
Yeah.
the good part of his sword.
Okay, yeah, you kind of... It's a stab that isn't very good, but the man's backing away from Pekome now. And more so than you attacking, he backs onto the edge of the rapier, and it kind of lays a gash across the small of his back before Karmeon withdraws and back to his quasi-ready stance. So the man's quite beaten up at this point, but he isn't dead. And it's Pekome's turn again. It ought to be.
Alright, she's gonna try to end the cultist.
Execute him.
That'll do it.
She just walks up to him, grabs them by the shoulder, and then jams her sword into their gut.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of flinches away as you grab his shoulder, but then the sword is being rammed through his stomach, and he loses the ability to do that. You can feel the strength seeping from this man as you hold him, and he begins to sag downward. He reaches up to kind of try to find some purchase on Pekome's armor, but he can't find it. And he sort of sags down onto his knees and then off the sword as he collapses to the ground and expires. And you've done it. You have killed all of the cultists without dying yourselves. Great work.
Classic Pekome gets down to like 1 hit every combat.
Maida sits down and continues holding her guts.
Karmeon looks like he just had some really good exercise. You know, went for a solid run. Not too strenuous, but you know, just right.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty pleased about it. And then he kind of looks between Pekome and Meira with some concern, and then kind of points at Meira questioningly while looking at Pekome.
Pekome has no idea what that's supposed to mean.
He goes to help Meira.
Maida, as she pulls her hands back from her gut, you can see there's a smear of blood all over her palms, and she just kind of flops backwards onto the ground, and she will accept any kind of medical assistance.
Flopped a nose.
Karmeon, flop the nose. Karmeon, diagnoses and bandages.
You won't get an infection.
And
Nice.
he's kind of like, wait, there's not that much to do. Which may or may not be true. But really...
Do I heal 1 toughness?
You
Yep.
do recover 1 toughness.
Nice.
And that is, that's his aid roll for Meira for the day.
and then he'll kind of just head back to Pekome and be like, there's a lot more wrong with you.
Understatement.
You should be used to bandaging me by now.
Yeah?
Wow.
Wow.
Make up for it with a 4. Thank you.
Excuse me.
So you're going to recover 4 points of Pekome's health. Now, this is going to take longer. You've got to remove
Yeah.
Pekome's armor to actually
Mhm.
tend to her wounds.
Yeah.
So, Meira, if you want to do anything while they're engaged in this, that'll take, at least half an hour, I would think.
Yeah, be jealous that Pekome is getting actual treatment.
since it's random, I like to think that it's entirely, some wounds you can do things for, and some it's just kind of like, well, if I fuck with it, I hurt you more.
Mm-hmm.
So this just happens to be the
That and Peikome's got like super heavy plates, so most of
Yeah.
her wounds would be like punctures.
bit more superficial versus the really nasty right there. So yeah. Karmeon just kind of he starts chatting up Peikome about the manual and just I think I've got it. I still don't know what measure is or tempo.
She's gonna grab him by the shoulder.
Yeah.
You don't.
I
And then she lets go.
hit him twice. Once all on my own.
You didn't fall, so at least you've got that going for you.
He explains footwork really well, I think.
Kevin's getting too much amusement out of this.
No, you're good. You're good.
As soon as Meira is bandaged up, she's gonna start digging through pockets.
Okay, so she starts leading the cultists.
Heck yeah.
Meira, you will find. Go ahead and roll 4d10 and then 1d10.
I can do this. 4d10. 1d10?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So you find 7 thaler and 18 shillings on these cultists.
You better share that.
Nope. 16. 48. Perfect.
Yeah, they're also for, axes and hatchets in various conditions. They don't really look worth taking. And then the cult leader has kind of rusty sword.
Do they appear to have any kind of religious tokens?
So there doesn't look to be much along that line. The cult leader is wearing a it's actually pushed up on his forehead right now, but he has this sort of ghastly mask. Maybe he had it pushed up because he was partaking in blood when they showed up, or for whatever reason. It has a lot of just stark black and white colorations and swirls, but it appears to be more or less a ghostly image with very wide black eyes with holes in them for the cultist's actual eyes, and what looks like it might be the icon of a spike or some other similar symbol set into the forehead. And the cultists have pretty much just featureless masks that are dyed sort of a pitch dark blue / blackish color. But it's mostly unremarkable. Other than that, it looks more or less set to hide their identity or just for the formality of their ceremonies or whatever, more so than any other value.
Meira will pocket the cultist leader's mask.
Okay.
And then she'll go and inspect this corrupted creature that is on the altar.
Okay, yeah. So the creature on the altar. Oh, cool. Appears to be an extraordinarily long, at least 6 paces long and quite thick, Kanaran, which is a serpent. And it's been coiled back and forth over this blackened stone altar. and its head lolls back, and you can see kind of there's this jagged wound that goes from really the hollow of its jaw up along its belly, and it's opened it up and allowed blood to be collected. But it looks very sickly. It has these blackish blight marks on it, and one eye is sort of bulbous and discolored compared to the other one. And there are a few spots where scales have turned metallic and dark instead of the creature's normal mottled coloration. Let's see, anything else about it? Not really. That's more or less the thing.
Has Maida ever seen a Kanarin before?
It's likely that she's heard of them. They aren't incredibly uncommon, but they tend to try to pick off solitary targets. So if you're in a group, it's not all that frequent that they'll try to attack you unless they're particularly hungry. So she may have seen them, but chances are it's more a warning that she's heard about. They're called restrictors. They're known to sort of try to sneak up on a sleeping person or a solitary person and sort of coil around and choke them or crush them to death and eat.
Maida will... She'll shove the animal corpse off the altar and just sort of like kick dirt and leaves on top of it. It's not a real concentrated effort. It's more of a disrespectful kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's pretty limp. It hasn't stiffened much in death. But as you shove it over, it's like the head kind of falls and then the rest of the body sort of slinks after like a coil of rope that's all falling into a pile on itself. And then Mary gets off to that. Pekome and Karmeon are pretty much finished wrapping up the wounds at this point.
Yeah, I think. Yep. Yep. They've been talking about footwork.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pekome gave him a backhanded compliment.
He took it. And he'll kind of stand up and look between Pekome and Meira with a little bit of concern, but you know, what can you do?
Pekome will stand up, make sure that Meira is better, and then suggest that they continue on.
Yes, we should leave this place. The smell of the dead will draw creatures that are hungry.
Stupid Sarah.
All right.
Before they leave, Pekome is going to corner Karmeon and mention, I'm fairly certain I heard you say something that about a certain Prius or Prios. Sorry, the actual. He wouldn't get it wrong.
Of course not. I understand.
No?
She takes another step forward.
Oh god.
Karmeon takes a step back, and he's good at those.
Maida will slide in between the two of them, and she will look to Pekome and say, Our hours of daylight are limited. Perhaps this is a conversation you can have around a low campfire.
We will not need to. He just need not repeat those words again.
I won't.
And then she walks off.
Maida looks over to Karmeon with a raised brow, and she kind of cocks her head a bit.
Karmeon shrugs, seemingly lost on the whole matter. And heads towards the horse he was leading.
And Maida will follow Pekome.
And then Pekome will follow Mayura.
Oh no, we're not going in a circle. Maida will lead the way.
Okay, so you set back off. A little the worse for wear, but alive, and that's always a victory. The rest of the afternoon's travel goes fairly quietly, and before long you do kind of choose to find a spot to camp down for the evening.
Excellent. With our campsite, does
Yes.
it look as if we could risk having a small fire?
So this is the second day of travel. You would have been able, after dealing with your fight, to make up a little lost time, especially with the ease of having 3 pack horses, that you'd be able to find that same campsite, should you so desire to use it, that's set in against the hill.
Yeah.
That's quite sheltered, so you probably could risk a fire there. You might not want to keep it burning overnight, but the sun hasn't completely gone. There's some light in the air.
So with the intention of cooking food and finding some respite, she's going to start a fire, but as it starts to get dark, she's going to douse it.
Sounds good. So the evening's going to pass rather quietly. Are you going to take sort of shifts to watch the night, or are you all going to sleep? What goes down?
Maida will take first watch.
Pekome will take the last watch.
Oh, Karmeon's got to wake up in the middle of the night and then go to sleep again then.
Karmeon looks unhappy that he was busy reading the fencing book while this was being planned.
Yeah.
And he looks up, like, after, like, obviously there's only one watch left, and, he looks up and he does some mental accounting and sighs and looks down.
Okay, great. So let me...
Hey, Jacob the cat, you are not allowed to eat popcorn.
All right, so the night passes quietly, and those of you who are wounded can regenerate a point of toughness.
Yay.
Or
Another stat point, if you would so desire.
yay.
Are you recovering a stat point?
I'm up to 13 strong.
Okay.
Now I can hit Kory better.
All right, so the morning comes around, and it's fairly quiet as you're getting up to shift about. Are you going to take a little bit before camp breaks, Karmeon, to try and patch them up a little more?
Yeah. He'll aid just a little more here and there.
The still bleeding Mayura.
Kory. The chat says cats deserve popcorn, and please pat the cat.
Okay, no popcorn for the kitty, and okay.
Which one is?
That's for Mayura and Pekome. In
order. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I mean, it was pretty clear who got which.
Yeah, it's okay.
Well, having a character with Medicus along is certainly keeping you guys a little healthier than you would have been otherwise.
Hey, with a mage that could do damage, we would have killed people faster.
Maybe.
I mean, would it though?
Kory's character distracted one entire damage source the entire fight without getting hit, which Dane absolutely would not have been able to do.
Well,
So.
I was more leaning towards, did Dane actually do damage? damage.
That's why I said a magic.
Yeah,
dealer.
would have been. He didn't. He didn't. He was never a magic dealer that could deal damage.
So after breakfast and healing, Maida will take point again.
Okay. So because you've had an encounter, you can roll back up to a discrete test with a modifier of 2.
All right, chat. Think small numbers. Tiny.
17.
Small. Mini.
17.
Oh my. Oh no. What the fuck?
Why do we let Mayor lead us anyway?
Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Bye, Stella.
Oh
Have fun.
no.
See you later.
We fought every single
Do
thing
we want
along
to
the
make
way.
a crit out of this?
Do you want me to roll again?
There's a way we could.
Do we fight ghosts?
Don't give the DM ideas,
No,
dude.
that's
I mean,
not-
there is a
yeah.
way of roll. There's the way of roll 2, and
Yeah, take the worst.
Confirm?
Go ahead and roll to confirm whether it's a crit or not.
Oh my god.
So I'm gonna need you to roll 2 1d20s.
see, I
Oh
thought
my
it
god. Oh my god.
Okay, sorry. 2 19s.
Oh my
well,
god.
there's no choice.
Well, here's the thing: is at least I didn't suggest. Why don't we just have both of them there, and maybe it'll be good for us.
So
That-
the reason I wasn't gonna do that is because a 20 for that roll is rolling twice and using both, and I didn't
Yeah.
want to like have the same thing happen twice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we would have had 4 enemies.
Yeah, yeah.
Stella.
What? Don't talk to me. I am hanging my head in shame.
Does anyone know what a 20 is? Or sorry, 19 is?
Yes,
yeah,
it's the necro witch thing.
Necromage? Yeah, okay. I just didn't know whether you'd remembered the specific number.
I do remember specifically because 20 is
We were like,
2.
hey, at least it's not a 20. And Kevin was like, actually, that would be better.
Yeah. I rolled the
No.
worst possible thing. Twice.
Well, at least there aren't 2 of them.
Is it revenge time, boys?
Oh man.
mean,
is it the same
One
one?
of us is actually possible of dealing damage in this circumstance.
Who?
Me. The person with the black flaming sword.
Black Gift is possible.
Do you remember
So-
how the first time we
possibly
fought
the
this, you ended up losing a ton of stats?
Yeah, but now I'm up to 79 out of 80. Like, I got one hit I can take
Take
before
2.
I die.
Remember when I said I thought I was going to hit 81 stats before V hit 80?
So the
Oh.
day continued
Oh my god.
somewhat quietly. You hike through the morning. You stop around noon or a little after to kind of eat, recover yourselves just a bit. And then you start off again. The afternoon continues quietly as well, but as the sun begins to descend and the light begins to thin out through the trees, you feel something of a chill seep through the area. And as you do, perhaps you slow and glance between each other. And before long, you see this man slip through the trees and approach you. He looks washed out and almost colorless as he approaches. And where you might have heard legends, and particularly Karmeon has probably heard legends about how some necromages have a way of sometimes trying to sneak up on people and lure them in by sort of promising companionship in the narrower reaches of Davokar where things can get pretty lonely. This one is very clearly inhuman. As it comes forward and as it draws nearer, it changes in shape and in coloration to become almost a grayscale version of Peikome, wearing the same armor with the same seal on the chest plate. but colorless and, as far as you can tell, fairly weightless. And most of you are kind of stuck staring as it draws near until it's within, say, 10 meters or so. And you can feel, more so than see, this sense of hunger, or emptiness more so than hunger, coming off the necromage in waves as it considers the three of you. So we'll have to get this tracker set up again.
So an important thing to note, I don't know if it like would do anything or come up with anything, but Picome is wearing the necklace again.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know. So, do you have... let me just... Actually, I can get rid of these two and leave you three there.
I want to fight it so
See
badly,
if
but
my-
also that's such a horrible idea.
It really is. What are we doing about this? Other Picome? Karmeon asks.
Maida begins to slowly climb onto her horse.
What is, who's at 13? I think that's
That's
Picome.
me.
Picome, what's your vigilant?
10.
Okay.
I believe it went before me the first time.
Yeah.
Mayor, don't you dare run this time.
So it's Karmeon's turn. You are faced with what looks like a fairly terrifying being that also looks like it isn't entirely of this world or plane, perhaps. Or maybe it's just a spirit. Who knows? Whatever you
Picome
can figure out, it doesn't look
Doesn't
friendly.
necessarily look like she's going to charge in, correct?
She's currently
What a
holding
question.
back. She's got her hand on the pommel of the greatsword, ready to draw, and you can see like the war going on behind her eyes.
And Mayra currently looks like she's going to run.
So you can see that she has stopped. She has the reins of her horse in one hand, and she has turned her body towards the horse.
I would like to perhaps be able to point out the safest and most expedient route of egress
Okay.
tactically.
And that is just running away. You're telling everyone how to run away safely right now.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You know,
I
just
like it.
something that gives us some advantage in not being in the same location as this Picome. And if Picome chooses to fight, then we might not be in the same location as any Picomes. But, you know.
That thing's definitely going before I do.
Well, run.
Yeah. So it is the Necromage's turn. Let me just.
Well,
Well, what is
mean-
Karmeon doing?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, just like that's just for free. And then Karmeon might mount a horse.
Okay.
Call the mage very bad names,
Yeah.
and then ride off in not that direction. Something more risky.
Oh, it hurts. It's so much.
Okay. So Karmeon's running away right now on horseback.
Yes, but in a far more vulnerable direction. Like a bad idea direction.
Than the way that the other two are going.
That the other two could choose to go.
Mm-hmm.
So you're currently trying, like, heading.
It's not what you advised, is what you're saying.
Yes. While calling the mage bad names.
Yeah. Naturally. Okay.
So, Necromage turn.
Yeah, Necromage turn.
Yikes. Dodge.
So as Karmeon has drawn its attention, Karmeon is going to receive its attention. I would like you to make a roll for Resolute -5.
Okay.
I believe in you.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. So the specter sort of falls still as Karmeon is shouting at it. And whether or not it understands him or what, perhaps it's just drawn by the racket that he's making. It focuses upon Karmeon and it exerts Bend Will, the ability. At the adept level,
Oh god.
to seize control of Karmeon's will.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's actually completely different than what the cult leader was doing. Apparently, there's a lot of mind controlling in this game.
It's dependent upon the different versions of
Schools and such.
Yeah.
So Karmeon is going to wheel the horse around and set it plodding towards the Necromage.
Does the horse agree?
Right now, the horse is just doing what Karmeon
Okay.
tells it to do.
Is
which
Karmeon doing this in a zombie-like way, or a way that he seems like he has total control of his faculties?
So it appears that he is just doing it. Like he has changed his mind and decided to approach. It does not look like he is being forced.
But
It is
casually approach?
It is his idea to approach, yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
It may look, I mean, it certainly looks strange.
Yeah.
But then again, Karmeon does a lot of strange things, so who knows?
Did that engage him with the Necromage?
So he's not close enough quite yet.
Okay.
I would say he's just
So-
because he spent a turn like
Mhm.
going away. So the fact that he's turned around does not mean he's in proximity to the
So
Necromage yet.
if he had the chance to run next turn, he wouldn't get like a free attack. Or the mage wouldn't get a free attack.
Correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
One other question. Since it appeared slowly, would we have been able to have weapons out, like even if we were planning?
Yeah. So you were somewhat transfixed by its approach, but you could have produced weapons if you desired.
Yeah, she 100% would have drawn the black gift.
Okay, so you have Black Gift out. That's fine.
Does it start singing?
It is drawn and it can sense that combat is in the air, so Black Gift starts keening hungrily.
Precarious going in.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Surprising actually no one.
I imagine this keening sound to be kind of similar to Lord of the Rings, where when Frodo's like in the Shadow Realm, there's that like pitch, screeching pitch. Am I imagining that right?
Yeah. No. That's totally in the vein of it.
All right. She is going to run up with Black Gift,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna lift it in the air to swing. And as she swings, the blade's gonna light on fire.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Let me just. So
So let's see how corrupt I am. Hey, below my
don't actually modify that quite yet. Just hold on to that for a second.
the temporary.
Yeah. Don't change your
Mhm.
corruption as of yet.
Okay.
I'm trying to find.
And I had,
Your- oh,
I
cool,
had
there we
one
go.
question about Black Gift.
Absolutely.
So do I have to do the roll for every attack, or is it like for the combat the blade is
No,
on
it's
fire?
per attack. So it's a
Per
free
attack?
action to add 1d4 of damage to each attack. Yeah.
God, I wish Karmeon was an engage range. Get the advantage as well. Get a D8 extra damage.
Well, he's not necessarily hostile right now, but yeah. You can go ahead and roll to attack, and I am going to find out what else happens here real fast for you.
Oh, please hit.
As soon as this PDF decides to cooperate with me.
This would be such a good moment.
You know.
Look, Karmeon turned back around. This looks like a charge.
Yeah. I mean, Kory re-rolled a character once, right?
Okay. On the bright side, V, you're winning the Twitch stream duel.
He won it.
Yep.
V, go ahead and roll me a 1d4.
Another one?
Yep.
Oh, let me cancel this real quick in case it messes it up. Not a 3.
Okay. And roll a 1d4 again.
Help.
Oh my god.
It's another 3.
What the heck?
So you do not take any temporary corruption.
Mhm.
As you ignite these unholy flames along Black Gift's edge, you feel the necklace around you suddenly just blazing with heat. And it's trapped between your armor and your flesh, which isn't super comfortable. In fact, the lizard bones sort of rattle as they heat up, and suddenly they're burning. They're scorching your skin, and you take 3 points of damage.
Okay. And now time stab?
Yeah, you can stab. Let me grab this modifier for you.
Can I have a +5? Because,
You can have a -3.
That's not a +5.
That is not a +5, you're right.
I heard a +5.
Oh, come on.
All right, well, you connected.
Roll 1d4. So 3 magic fire damage.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that is your turn. It is Mayura's turn. Unfortunately, both of your companions are advancing on the Necromage right now.
Mayra feels like her arrows will do literally nothing.
They'll do half.
Mayra.
You hear a voice in the sky.
You see Mayra just throw the reins down, and she's just cursing, stomping on the ground. She pulls her bow, and she is going to, which is already knocked, and she has it ready because she saw them approach, but just, you know, for the sake of our play, she pulls back her bow and she attempts to strike.
Okay. Go right ahead. The modifier is still -3.
Gross. I hate it.
Did it look like my attack hit? Like,
So, yeah, it hit. It connected. The spirit reacted a little bit, but it did not seem to do
Okay.
much to it.
I was asking like a vague armor sense, you know?
Yeah,
So it did do something, is what
it did something. TM. Yep.
Alright. And then an arrow just goes through it.
No, the arrow misses. It does not go through it.
Just poof. Alright, and then
What
Karmeon,
Karmeon do?
the valiant charger.
So it's Karmeon's turn. Let me pull this straight back up. Okay, Missy can seize control by making a successful resolution. It does not have to go and concentrate. It is an ongoing and considered active until it fails. There is a controlled creature who can only perform one action each turn and cannot use any active abilities or powers will affect it. So Karmeon
Mm-hmm.
may only take one action, and the action is going to be sort of plotting closer.
Okay. Karmeon gets there.
Yep. He's
Is
just sort of standing nearby
All right.
right now. Well, the horse is standing nearby, and Karmeon is just on
Does
it.
he have any way to break out of it, or?
So the Mystic does not have to concentrate to sustain the control. It's continued active until the Mystic fails a resolute test. So I think at the beginning of the Necromage's turn, which is
So how that works is
Mhm.
it's fine. It's perfect. It stays there effectively forever as long as he doesn't want to use any other abilities.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that makes sense with the other ability that he has. So right now, yeah, Karmeon is more or less frozen by the Necromage's will until something changes that.
Is
The
he
Necromage.
engaged now?
Well, sorry.
Is he engaged because he ran up again? I really want advantage.
Okay, so I admire your desire for that. The Necromage is not going to mind control someone into putting it at disadvantage.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly certain.
Okay.
The Necromage attacks Pekome. It reaches forward with one hand that at one moment looks like Pekome's gauntlet. At another moment looks like a desiccated hand with these withered, ethereal claws. So go right ahead and roll to defend with a modifier of 0. Great.
It's
Managed
much
to
harder
wait.
to hit me now.
Wait, no, you don't roll with the shield.
I don't. Oh, right. So that's
14 still, right? Shield.
If it's a 14, isn't that a hit?
No, rolling at is fine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've been
meeting
rolling
is
at
miss.
all night. I've rolled
Oh.
15 for 15 so many times.
Yeah.
17
so
for
for
17.
defense and hit, so the
Yeah.
dice are just favorable for you guys.
Yeah.
Both ways. All right, that's fine. Cool. All right, good.
not dead.
It is Mayura's turn.
Excuse me.
It's Pekome's turn.
All right. It's still on fire, and she's gonna swing again. So,
So you're doing it.
yeah.
Okay. Roll 1d4. This time you will just take the corruption.
Okay.
So 2 points of temp.
Does not hit my threshold. All right, and then it was -3.
Yep.
This is it.
Hits for 9 damage. Go ahead and roll a modifier.
Oh, come on, you couldn't have
So
been a 4.
that's 10 damage.
Yo.
If that had been a 4.
It is Mayura's turn.
Meira is unsure of what to make of this, but she is far away enough that maybe she can escape if she needs to. But for now, -3?
-3.
Boop.
Okay.
You're helping.
So as Pekome lashes out, the sword cleaves through this figure, and the fire that's burning at the edges of the sword sort of hang in the image of the Necromage for a moment, eating away at it before it reforms. Mayura's arrow just flies clear through the Necromage. It zips right in through its throat, I suppose, and right out the back, but it doesn't appear to really do anything.
A thing happened potentially
Okay.
that we didn't interact with.
What happened?
10 damage.
So Necromages do not have pain thresholds.
Okay, that's fine.
Most undead things don't.
Ah,
I would have been very happy if it did let me, get another swing in.
but
Yeah.
here we are.
Oh god.
For the purposes of marksman, did that do literally any?
It did nothing at all.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So you guys might not remember this from the very first session, but mundane weapons had no effect on the Necromage whatsoever.
I knew it.
I remembered it.
All right, so it's Karmeon's turn. Karmeon doesn't do anything.
And then it's the Necromage's turn.
Necromage's turn.
Please just release Karmeon. Come on.
The Necromage is going to use Terrify.
Is that an ability?
It is an ability, and it's going to summon a Resolute test, which means that you are going to get a chance to see whether Karmeon is released or not. The creature's horrific shriek forces everyone that is nearby to make a Resolute against Resolute test, which is a Resolute -5 test for each of you, or automatically spend both of their actions backing away. You are on horseback, Karmeon, which is probably going to be unpleasant for you.
And this is not a physical manifestation.
Correct. What?
Because of steadfast lets me reroll failed.
Karmeon's fine.
If mystic abilities are a physical manifestation, like fire, acid, something like that.
It's just a shriek, like it shrieks.
Oh.
Well, that's successful for everyone except Pekome, which is impressive. So all the horses bolt. They are entirely enthralled by this. And Karmeon doesn't have any skill at riding horses, right?
Nah.
Okay. So Karmeon gets dislodged by the horse, tumbles to the ground, but he's in control of himself again, which is a big step up than before. Mira is fine. She had mounted her horse too.
No.
She was near her horse.
Yes.
I thought she had begun climbing it at the start.
She was holding the reins and then
She was
stopped.
ready.
Okay, all right. So the horse bolts. Karmeon tumbles to the ground. Mira and Pekome don't. Pekome is taken by the thrall of this attack. It becomes Pekome's turn. She has to spend 2 turns running away, which does provoke an attack of opportunity. So you're going to have to roll to defend at a modifier of 0. All right, very nice. It does not manage to connect. Oh, you know what?
Don't say that. It's never good when a DM says that.
No,
too
we're good.
late.
We're good. Everything is totally fine.
Everything's
All right.
copacetic.
So then it's Mayura's action.
I held my breath there for a second. Yo, what the F are we supposed to do?
Maybe something in your inventory, if you have anything.
What, throw a
that could
bear trap at
possibly-
it? No.
I was
Those
thinking
aren't
that would-
mundane. I don't care who you are.
True.
Throw some crayons at it. Did we split the torches?
I thought we had. Like,
How many torches did we buy?
Pekome bought 5.
Well, that would be 1 for each of us and 2 on some horse.
Don't say that. We don't have horses
Uh,
anymore.
I know.
No, what it would have been is Pekome would have held 3 and then given 1 to each of you.
Okay.
Because, like, she's stronger.
We got their torches, not horses. We may or may not have horses ever again.
Oh, this is so stupid. Meira will draw her torch and light it.
We'll draw her torch and fire it with her bow.
Okay. So Mira has a torch out. And is that her turn, like fetching it from her pack and lighting it?
Yeah. I have a question.
Sure.
Would, like, taking a torch, lighting it, skewering it into the ground, and trying to light my arrows on fire, would that work? Is that a thing?
If you had, like,
So
a
if you-
cloth or an oil on the arrowhead.
Yeah, so you'd probably need some sort of flammability to get the arrow to light.
Okay, gotcha. So it has to be something
And
prepared.
Pekome's definitely holding.
Yeah,
all
I mean,
oil
you
she
could
bought.
probably, like, if you had the the cask of like, well, not cask, that'd be kind of heavy, but the supply of lantern oil, like you could probably like dip an arrow in it and then do that.
Yeah, I don't think I have that.
Yeah,
Okay.
Paycome's holding on to it because she has the lantern.
Well, I have a torch now.
Okay, great. That's good. Karmeon.
Karmeon will kind of come to and see that Paycome's running
Yeah.
God damn it.
and at least run in that direction to Mira while getting out his knife and shield.
Okay. So Picom is running away. Karmeon runs to stand by Mayra.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're like, what happened? What happened?
I don't know. Picome is running away.
And now Necromage.
It is Necromage's turn.
So I did use double movement for that.
Yeah, you used both of your turns to run. So you're...
Probably the furthest away.
Oh, you're absolutely the furthest away. You are farther than anything but the horses right now.
That's exactly what we want in this fight.
So the Necromage is gliding over to Karmeon and Mayra. And I guess
Karmeon
Mayra's
calls it
holding
bad names.
a torch, right? Or put one down. Has been lighting fires.
But she's standing behind Karmeon.
So the Necromage is going to focus on her for the moment.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll to defend at a modifier of 0.
Oh.
Okay.
So close.
So Mira gets hit. She's going to take 5 points of resolute damage.
Oh my god. Hmm.
And that's the Necromage's turn. So that's good. Hey, Kome, you may make a resolute -5 test to see if you can regain control of yourself.
That's a continuing effect every round until I
Each
break
turn,
it.
yeah, you need to beat the test. Okay. Pekome spends 2 turns sprinting away. She's not sprinting as fast anymore because she's in full armor, so she's getting pretty fatigued. But she's also panicked. She's running as if her life depended on it.
Well, Mayra.
Mayra will use acrobatics to escape the melee.
Go right ahead.
Quick. Oh.
Wow, nice.
Nice.
So what does it feel like when I get hit by this resolute drain?
So the shadowy version of Pekome that stands before you reaches out. And its gauntlet sort of changes as it reaches through towards you. And the plated fingertips become sort of ethereal claws. And it rakes its arm across, and it sort of cuts diagonally down from Mayra's shoulder through her chest and towards her other hip. And it leaves this wake of just cold that starts along the marks that it leaves behind, but quickly sort of fan out. And it feels like there's ice spikes or something like that just driving into the rest of your body from within. And it's followed with just a wave of fatigue, as it feels as though your essence is being consumed by the attack.
As this happens, Maida just kind of dips back and away from bad touch. She's gasping for air, and in a hoarse whisper over to Karmeon, she's like, "Run!" And then she's going to try to run. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Well, Karmeon?
Karmeon gets well, the getting is good.
Yeah, now Karmeon was next to the Necromage, and Mayra.
One who can really position.
But you did say that it was engaged with Meira.
Well, it went after Mayra, but I would assume if they're all three together, unless you, because he drew his.
Yeah, no,
his,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So you can pull away, but it will incur an attack. But you managed to defend.
Some part of this creature
Mm-hmm.
is clearly still not aware of the fact that it doesn't need to care about engraved parrying daggers and gilded steel shields.
Yeah, it does seem that way, doesn't it?
Because that's the only thing that seems to save Karmeon in this circumstance is that, really. Or wait, I rolled 15? No, he gets away without those, actually. He's just fine. He didn't need those.
Well, the reason my shield didn't go off was because I'm using my two-handed sword.
Oh
instead
yeah,
of
I
my
know. I'm
shield.
just saying, like, it's ethereal. It shouldn't need to care, but it, it's not fully of a mind, clearly, that it will care. That was what I'm saying.
Let me.
I mean, in either case, even without those, I would have rolled a 15. I was just kind of trying to, when it's close enough that both of those matter, or even one of them would matter, I bring that up. But in this case,
you're good.
he gets away solely by his cleverly positioned footwork and heads in the direction of that way, which is furthest away from this guy.
Okay. So the three of you are packing right now.
Karmeon yells after Pekome.
Let's see. So that makes it the Necromage's turn again. Is there a range on this?
Oh, Jacob, you little shithead. You do not get popcorn.
Did he just subscribe for 5 months?
You can't be angry at someone who just subscribed for 5
I think he's talking about the cat.
No, I think he was talking about Jacob. That's what he said. Okay, so the Necromage drifts after the three of you as you run. And I guess it will focus on Karmeon again, since he's the closest. Who will attempt to seize control of his will. So go ahead and roll a resolute -5 test, if you would. You successfully shrug off the Necromage's attempts to seize control of your being, and you can keep running.
Okay.
Does that break my effect? Or
Probably not.
Because I don't know if the abilities work the same way.
I think yours is sort of a status effect, whereas that was maintaining the power as per standard.
Yeah, so you can keep on running. It is Pekome's turn. Yeah, so you'll just need to go ahead and roll a resolute -5 test again.
So it didn't break the effect.
It does not. Nope. So that's not something. So bend will is something the mystic sort of continuously holds, whereas what you're dealing with is just a one-time thing. So Pekome is still terrified. Her chest is probably fit to burst at this point, but she keeps running as fast as she possibly can. She's receding into the distance.
Bye, guys.
Mayra.
Yes.
Would you just want to keep running?
Yes, I run as fast as I can.
Okay, great. And Karmeon. Same?
Yep.
Okay. The three of you managed to outstrip the Necromage. you flee in a panic. And one of these days, at some point, Pekome succeeds the resolute test and breaks the spell. But who knows when that will be. The three of you managed to survive, and managed to survive relatively unscathed, in all honesty, with the exception of Meira taking a pretty hefty blow. But you have lost all three of your horses, including all of the supplies that were on the horses.
All right, I'm gonna go through and wipe whatever supplies Karmeon would have had on.
Well, we could find the horses.
Yeah, we have a master tracker.
Yes.
So do you want to stick around in that general area to search for the horses? How are you going to go about finding their tracks and pursuing them?
Well, I imagine the smart thing to do would to be not having your backpack on the horse.
Karmeon is out his firewood and cooking equipment.
It's definitely a balance of everything you put on the horse makes your life easier.
Yeah, so I would be missing a ton of stuff, but not everything, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead and mark whatever, or indicate whatever you don't have. Are you guys going to hunt for the horses, or are you going to call that a loss and try to stay away from the Necromage's turf?
I think that we should continue on without the horses.
We need at least one? Karmeon regretfully points out.
They're also going to charge us for the 2 horses if we don't bring them back.
All right, fine.
So you do try to find the horses.
Yes.
At least one?
Okay. So we started this encounter kind of in the onset of the evening hours of the day. Meira, go ahead and roll me discreet, or not discreet will come later. Roll a vigilant -2 to see if you can find any tracks for these things.
I'm an expert tracker.
Stop saying, okay, never mind, keep saying things like that.
You've got to believe, Kory.
Hey, Pekome's never doubted you.
Ha! I found some tracks. They belong to...
A necromaid.
Dot, 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 dot.
A horse. Yeah, you have found tracks that seem to belong to a horse that was, as far as you can tell from the signs on the earth, galloping at full speed away.
We go this way.
So you set off to follow it. The light grows dim. You can continue pushing on through the night to, or into the night, I should say, to continue following the horse. Assuming that you do, as a group, you will continue until you do manage to find one of the horses.
Yes.
Will be Pekome's horse.
The good
And,
horse.
Of course it was the good horse. She kept it for herself.
Wait,
yeah.
is the good horse one of the horses we rented, or our derpy floppy hat horse?
Well, the derpy floppy hat horse was better than the one we rented. We just got pack horses for the rented ones.
Ah, well, you know what? Joke's on you. The hat was removed, and Meira had tailored it to fit her dog instead.
She never cared about the hat.
Dang, burn.
So you find the original horse along with the supplies that Pekome would have put on it.
Which wasn't really much, except for like her cooking equipment.
So she's just been trekking along in armor and all of the gear she'd carry?
Like the rope would have been on there, but like she doesn't have that much gear.
Okay. All right. Cool. So you find that, and there probably remains the possibility of trying to find at least Meira's horse. Karmeon was not exactly in a line with you when
Yeah,
the
he
horse
is-
is bolted, so it's pretty reasonable to assume that that horse has gone in a very different direction.
Mm-hmm.
It is also well past dusk at this point. It might be somewhat dangerous to continue searching. It will be dark, it will be clumsy, but you certainly may if you want to try to find the other horse.
If we do
Pekome
not,
leaves it up to our tracker.
we should try to find it. If not, then one of the Kanarin might eat the horse.
If you believe you can find it, then
Luckily, I have a torch lit.
Oh dear.
I extinguished the torch.
she hears God say, "Oh dear."
So yeah, go ahead and keep hunting for this horse. You can roll vigilant. It will be harder. Let's say a modifier of -4 at this point.
That just made it easier for her.
Maida is an expert tracker. Ha!
It's all
Yeah.
about the confidence in your voice.
So sure enough, Mayra is a creature of Davokar. She's familiar with the woods and a master of them from time to time. So she manages to hunt through the dark with probably the progressively clumsy sounds of Pekome and Karmeon trilling in her wake until she finds another set of tracks and hunts them down. Go ahead and roll discreet for me with no modifier.
Maida is light on her feet. Yes.
Mary is light on her feet. So she finds the horse that she had lost earlier, and she's reunited with her own supplies.
Yay.
It's uncomfortably late into the night at this point. You would have camped hours ago had you not met with the necromage. You've certainly lost progress because you've run in the other direction and you've wasted time trying. Well, not wasted, but you've spent time trying to find these horses. What do you do?
We need to rest.
This looks like a good place to camp. Karmeon says, clearly not sure what a good place to camp looks like.
Karmeon is a master tracker.
Karmeon is a master camper.
Maida looks around. Is this a good spot?
It's dark, right? So it's pretty hard to tell. As far as you can tell, though, you've found a relatively quiet glade. There doesn't appear to be all that much along. There isn't much in the way of cover, but there isn't that much in the way of stuff that might attract other animals or other people at the very least.
We no fires. Be quiet.
Her torch smokes in her hand as it still extinguishes.
Be quiet. Try not to draw attention. We sleep for as long as we can, and then we must move on. Imagine it's gonna be very uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is so it's a shorter night than any of you would like, and it's not as ideal of a campground.
Karmeon will maybe volunteer to I guess it didn't get. I mean, it got me a little, but I don't really remember that. So I mean, it really things are good for you two. You guys. I'll get this one.
Pekome says that they'll split the watch in half and Mayo will rest the night.
Maida,
Okay.
Maida passes the fuck out.
I mean, are you
She
sure?
she looks fine. You know,
She doesn't look
she's
fine.
regained her composure at this point. You know,
Pekome looks like a suit of armor.
that isn't shaking.
All right. Before anybody. Well, wait. Nope. Yep. That's gonna be tomorrow. Continue.
Okay. So Karmeon and Pekome split the watch, which honestly, the time for first watch is almost past at this point. So it's not too different than it would have been to begin with. Mayra manages to sleep fitfully through the night, and the next morning comes. I'll say since they had sacrificed their own rest, Mayra can recover a point of health or resolve.
I will do resolve.
Good call.
And morning comes. Unfortunately, since you had that incident, you still have about a day's travel before you'll reach the ruins. And it will take a little bit of the morning to find your way again.
Do either of my companions require medical aid?
Yes. Maida's bandages bleed slightly.
Same order as ever.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
So you've given 12 points to Pekome and like 4?
3
to
points.
Mayra?
He has rolled a 1 every single time.
A 1 and a 4.
1 and a 4 every single time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
You
that's
should flip
actually...
the order, Kory.
No, it's actually fine, because that's exactly what I needed. Now I'm at full health again.
Oh,
Okay.
fancy. All right, so you're all at full health. Does Mayra take a point again?
Yeah, so she's gonna actually... So can I use that for my resolve? Or does
No.
it have to be health?
No, that's purely health.
Okay. So what is your question?
Does Mayra take point in
Ah.
leading the group?
Yes. She is shaking a little as she's walking. She seems a bit unsure of herself, a bit shaken. Kind of, if a twig snaps, her head whips that way and her eyes are wild. But otherwise, she seems physically solid.
Okay, fantastic.
Karmeon would maybe suggest that, you know, you could ride a horse and we could, you know, lead it and you could just point where. You know, you could get a bit more rest.
I would much rather have my feet on the ground.
And riding a horse isn't very restful. Pekome would mutter.
So Mayra, go ahead and roll me a discrete roll with an enemy disadvantage of 2.
2019.
All right, chat. Think ones. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Oh my god.
All right. Go ahead and
Ones?
roll a 1d20, please.
1 1 1 1 1
1 1 1 1 1
1
1 1 1 1 1 1 1.
Okay, I'll take it. It's not 19. I'll take it.
Not a 19.
All right.
Once
Wow.
more into the void.
Can it just be?
I
know
really need
you-
to get used to how long traveling takes for you.
We're just accurately role playing though.
Okay. So you run into these.
Hey, you got to see a sword light on fire.
I hated it.
How did Karmeon feel about that?
Karmeon was charmed the whole time. And running.
Yeah, no, Karmeon. I don't think Karmeon did see that. In fact,
Maida remembers that Pekome kept the witch blade. This item of corruption.
Mm-hmm. So as your group is continuing eastward through the woods, and you get nearer to the site that you are trying to return to, you hear rustling in the distance. Actually, not really in the distance. It might sound like it's in the distance at first. But as you look southward, you notice that there doesn't appear to be anything, despite the noises you're hearing, until you look a little further down, and you notice a disturbance in the ground as the dirt burrows beneath a tree, and then it sort of tenses up and it explodes in a shower of dirt in this furless creature slinks out of the earth, and it moves in a very feline way. It crawls out of the earth and shakes itself and levels its gaze upon you, and another one drops out of a tree to stand near, and a third appears from the same hole, and these are meerkats, which Mayra might recognize, and Pekome has certainly heard of, because they're not too uncommon to find in the woods of Sargon.
Meerkats.
Named after them.
So there are 3 of them.
As someone who might be familiar with these, would I know them to be exceptionally dangerous, or?
So they are reviled more so for kind of sneaking in and attacking. They aren't necessarily the most vicious things in a head-on fight. So the fact that you've spotted them now is pretty ideal for you, yeah. However, sometimes they sneak into villages. They've been known to burrow under the walls of a hut to sneak in from below and then poison the people within and feed. But they are known to be a little wily and poisonous, so that is certainly never fun to deal with. But they aren't really the most dangerous thing that you could find in Davokar by any stretch of the imagination.
Hey, I'm resistant to poison.
You're resistant to poison?
Part of steadfast, I get to reroll a poison test.
Oh, very nice. Okay.
Great, you get to tank these.
What
Yeah.
else? Like, of course I'm gonna tank.
I don't know, the last fight kind of ran away.
Last fight, I took the first attack, and then you failed to dodge it.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Right.
Okay. So these fellas are up here. Let's see. Your vigilance.
17 quick.
Karmeon, it is your turn. Now, because you guys were caught off guard, you aren't armed right now. You will have to spend movement to, like, prepare yourselves and such.
Okay. Karmeon will just ready his rapier and shield and point it in the direction of the kitty cats.
Meow.
Kitty cat.
Does he insult their gods?
Nah.
Yeah.
No.
Can we get a Jacob in here to do the sounds for the meerkats?
You've already
Okay.
got it.
Let's see. You are going to have the meerkats attack. So
Stupid.
Mero is in the lead, right? And then how are the other 2 arranged?
I'd say Karmeon probably is happy to take up second.
Okay, and Pekame would be at the end.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor is like 30 feet ahead of us, you know, at all times, scouting ahead.
Oh my god.
30,
Wait.
40
For real?
mile.
No.
No!
Okay. I was like, alright, okay.
Mayor turns the corner and we never see her again.
Oh my god.
You just see kitties. Nice wet kitties.
Covered in red.
Made
So
us like
all 3 of the meerkats are going to insert Pekame.
Oh,
I was
me?
wondering.
You're in
Okay.
the back, yeah. So they'll go for you.
Alright, well. So you said we didn't draw any gears, so that means I don't have my
Right,
shield
so you're
out.
going to be rolling to defend. So just roll to defend without anything normally once, and the other 2 are going to be at disadvantage, so at -2. Oh,
good
wait,
lead.
sorry, hold up. That's fine. You can keep that roll. The other are at -3, not -2.
Not 0 -3. Just... So this is gonna be a fun fight.
Yeah.
Hey, I dodged a hit.
Okay, so that dodges. So go ahead and roll me strong with an enemy disadvantage of +1.
And doesn't one of them get an extra 1d4? Or
The
oh
second
no,
one.
right,
Or
sorry.
wait, no, it's a flat.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
flat. Okay,
I'm gonna
so you
reroll that.
fail.
He's
Is
got
it
that.
steadfast?
Yeah.
Okay.
If that is the poison.
Yeah, it is poison. Go right ahead.
Oh,
That's rough, buddy. Uh,
so close.
okay, so the first one, you negate 6 damage. So one of the Meerkats leaps up and attacks, and you basically just catch it on an armored forearm. And it bites down, but it can't pierce the armor.
Mm-hmm.
While you're occupied with that one, the second one lunges in and sort of bites at the back of your knee. And fortune has it that the creature's fangs sort of pierce in at the more delicate areas of the jointing armor. And you feel the teeth scrape through the cartilage and flesh around Peikame's knee. And you feel this sort of burning sensation as something begins to spread outward from your knee up and down your leg. So you are going to take 5 points of damage,
Mm-hmm.
and then does this happen on your turn or on their turn?
We could just say it happens on no one's turn.
No one's turn is happening very often once we get out of combat.
Okay, so you take an additional 2 points of damage
From the hit?
from the poison.
Okay. So it's not like 5 added to 2, it's 5 and then 2.
Right, yes. You take 5 points of damage, which is after accounting for armor, so it's just 5 straight points of damage, and then 2 points. So Peikome takes 7 damage from that trio of attacks.
Okay. But since it was 2 instances, it doesn't hit my pain threshold.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Great question, and correct.
Alright. Help?
Yeah, it's Peikome's turn, so she's got to help herself.
Oh,
We should pull out some weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Already on it?
Whoa.
wow.
Wow.
Was not quick on the draw.
Well,
So that means I have to spend my turn actually.
Yeah.
I mean, you could
Well,
draw
is movement drawing weapon? Or is it action?
you could just draw one and swing, I think, right?
Movement. You can use a movement to draw a weapon. Yeah,
Okay.
but I don't know how your ability factors into that. Is it free?
It would just make it free if I succeeded.
Quick draw. Okay, so when you have it as active, that should actually be free. Roll quick to draw weapons for free. Yeah, it's just I'm just gonna change that for you real fast for my own benefit. Carry on. Go right ahead.
So I guess I'm going to attack at the one in front of me.
Which weapon did you draw?
The sword and shield.
Okay.
What is my base to hit?
You are going to attack -3.
This is illegal.
Okay, so you don't quite manage to connect. The meerkats are dexterous creatures, and as you try to lash out at the one in front of you, it releases its hold on. Well, it's already released its hold on your forearm, but it kind of springs off the ground and darts to the side. And Peikome is left cleaving at nothing but the air.
Blighted hellspawn bastards.
It is now Mayura's turn.
Meira will shoot at one of the cats. She'll draw her bow and then attack. Modifier?
-3.
What the f...
Yeah.
Oh, I almost typed -30. Oh.
When you really don't want to hit.
Well, there you go. That's pretty well done.
How's their pain threshold, these kitties?
Their pain threshold is 4. So you
Yee.
may follow up with a free attack, or you may knock it
Kill
out.
it.
I
Wonder
will.
how learned your knockdown effect with pin works?
Yeah,
Yes.
I like that. I
Uh,
bet they're not strong either.
so I'm gonna use my crippling effect first.
Okay.
So that is accurate against their strong.
Okay, plus 3.
Nice. Ooh. Okay.
They super
Very
crippled.
good roll.
Alright, so it is immobile and I will knock it down.
Okay, so one of the meerkats is pinned to the ground, skewered with an arrow. And Karmeon, your turn.
Karmeon charges up to help distract one of the itty bitty kitties. Yes, hold
Mhm.
on. And swipes at it with his rapier.
She told you to thrust. Minus.
Yeah, alright.
Oh my god,
I don't
Karmeon.
think anyone's surprised.
Well,
That all looks pretty fine.
does it though?
So, meerkat number 1, we'll start with the one that's knocked down. I guess it can't use a movement, so it can't try to get free, which means it doesn't really do anything. Oh no, I guess it can attack from being knocked down. It's just everything has advantage on it, right?
Well,
So-
it probably passes the test or not, and then it can use. So it checks versus it's like a continuing check.
But that's for its movement, correct? Or do I have that backwards?
For the crippling blow,
Yeah.
it cannot
I
move.
assume it's not pinned forever. It
Yeah.
has to, like, it can try to move, but if it, you know,
Yeah. All I'm saying is because it's knocked over, it doesn't have a. Or yeah, no.
It does have to challenge it.
yeah, it has to
Okay.
challenge it, and then it could maybe get up or not,
Yeah.
and then it could swing from.
So we'll have it roll, or we'll have Mara roll
Uh-huh.
since it doesn't roll. So just roll your accurate plus 3 again. Okay. So its movement is forfeit, but it is in range of Pekome because it was fighting her, so it can attack. Which I should have done last time against the cultists. I had that backwards in my mind for some reason. Pekome, go ahead and roll your defense. You were at -3, I suppose.
You're not giving it advantage, right? It's like on the ground, but
Yeah, I mean, so I guess we could just do -1. You're beset by 3 right now, so you're still not really in a great place to defend yourself, but it isn't in a great place, so we'll just say it cancels out. So roll at -1. That's fine.
Right.
Okay.
Very nice.
Not dead.
So cats
Yet.
2 and 3.
Even though Karmeon waved a pointy stick around for them to play with.
Meow.
It's like a laser pointer, but it's steel.
And it's all wobbly too.
Okay, so cat 1 is going to test against its quick.
I don't appreciate this.
Okay. So that cat disengages with acrobatics. It will adroitly spring away from Karmeon and Pekome and dart around to attack Meira at the back of the group.
No.
So go ahead and roll your defense -1.
Like I said, no.
Cat 2 is going to roll a 1d20. It's not good enough. It will attack Pekome. Pekome, defend at -3.
This is illegal.
You're kind of a turtle here. Oh, very nice.
Roll again.
Yeah, confirm, I guess. What is... Oh, yeah, I guess it opens it up. Great.
Hey.
So the cat exposes itself as it lunges, and you sort of bait it out. And go ahead and make a free attack.
Since Karmeon is here, do I get advantage on it?
Yes.
Which cat did Karmeon attack?
The one you made disengage.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, then no.
So what's my modifier?
-3. There you go. Very nice. So you deal 9 damage, which is enough to hit its pain threshold.
I'll knock it down.
Okay. So it is knocked over. So there are
Alright.
2 cats knocked over right now.
And then it's my turn.
Pekome takes 2 points of poison damage.
There's no more rolls to break. that,
Correct.
right?
Yeah. The test was to see if you're poisoned. You are. So you take 2 points of damage.
Okay.
Don't forget we have antidotes.
I know. I need to see what kind of action that is. It's movement. Okay. So I can stand there, drink the potion, and then stab.
Yep.
You'll probably have to get rid of a shield.
You do have both hands occupied. That's a good point.
I thought the shield was attached to her arm.
Bucklers are. And that's bucklers.
So with
I
a
have it
heavy
in a
shield,
role play sense.
Like she has a heavy shield, so like it could be it is undoubtedly strapped to her arm, but also like there's a handle on the inside that's heavy enough that you can't really.
Yeah, it's just in the role play sense. It's basically like on her arm, not like a buckler. You can freehand it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get, yeah, you can't really drink with it because you're just going to hit yourself in the face with a shield.
It's a really good point. The logistics of that is pretty dirty.
Well, then I'm gonna stab the one I knocked on the ground first.
Yeah. Okay, so you have advantage on that. So go ahead and roll an attack at -1.
Oh God. And then,
Okay, that cat's dead.
well, hold on. All right, it's 1 extra dead.
Okay. That cat is 1 extra dead.
All right, so she's just gonna like jam her blade to where it's pinned, like it goes straight through the cat and pins in the ground, and then with her now free hand
Just leave the sword there. Yeah.
and
Okay.
drink the antidote.
Sure. So you drink the antidote, you purge the lingering toxins from your body. Mayura, it's your turn. There's a cat in your face.
I do not like this cat being in my face. I shall do acrobatics.
Meow.
Nope, I'm going to stay right where I am.
The cat and Mayra are just like flipping at each other.
Maida is going to stay where she is, but she's going to let loose an arrow at the one that is already pinned down.
Okay.
So -3?
So I don't think that with range attacks you benefit from that.
Yeah, that's what we agreed on before.
So yeah, so you were right. Correct. -3.
Okay.
Is all I was trying to figure out.
Oh,
Oh
no.
dear. All right, we'll roll to confirm.
Don't shoot, Pekome.
Hey!
Okay, that's a success. Good. All right. The borders.
So
I
you're
was like,
safe.
uh-oh. All right. So the arrow goes whistling, sort of really as Pekome straightens up from killing the cat at her feet. An arrow arcs through the air that she had occupied a moment ago. And it's Karmeon's turn.
Karmeon will look between the pinned to the ground kitty cat and the kitty cat that is assaulting Mayra, and he'll try his luck with the one that's on the ground.
Okay. go ahead and attack it. You have advantage, so it's -1.
Even odds compared to my rapier, which means, not even odds.
Plus 1d4.
Hit something. Wow.
It's his moment. All
Alright,
he
that
needed
cat's dead.
was
He
for it to not be
stabs
able
it
to move.
right in the heart, and then yanks it forth fluidly and looks really surprised.
In eerily fluid fashion, everyone bears witness to Karmeon executing a textbook perfect lunge, which leaves the meerkat impaled through the heart. It's really as if someone else took control of Karmeon for a moment. All that esoteric lore just clicked into place for the span of a half second.
He finally followed her advice.
I think that was tempo or measure.
Perfect. It's the meerkat's turn. Meerkat's gonna attack Mayra.
No.
No, it's gonna be.
So
A
go ahead
yes.
and roll to defend. -3. Wait, yeah, -3.
Ugh.
Okay, so it hits. Roll strong. +1. Wow. All right.
Mayor
very
drinks
nice.
poison for fun.
So the cat bites into Mayra's calf, and it punches through her leather armor and draws little beads of blood around the muscle. But the poison can't take hold. She just completely rejects it. You take 2 points of damage,
Okay.
and it's Peikome's turn.
All right. Peikome's gonna head over to stand beside Mayra and attack the cat that's attacking her.
Great. Okay, so you're flanking it. So attack at -1.
But Mayra's not doing melee attacks.
No.
Great point. Attack at -3.
That's how we've dealt with it every other time.
No, yeah, you're totally right. I just wasn't thinking.
Swish.
So the only one still alive is the one that's on Maida, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But if you
Backflip out of there.
It
Yeah,
is
Except
Mayra's
I wouldn't.
turn.
Now you're free because it'll have to get past me with a backflip.
Which it does have that ability, so
It's Maida's turn.
Yep.
Okay, acrobat. I backflip. Nope. I will drop my bow and draw my parrying dagger.
You have advantage.
Right. I think I have to use my strong for this.
Melee attacks
accurate.
are accurate.
Accurate's the
Yeah.
default. Do you have
Oh,
something
okay.
that
I don't
changes
know
that?
why it says strong. I fixed it.
You probably
Okay.
didn't change it. To
So just go ahead and roll accurate at -1 because you're flanking.
and then 1d4.
Heck yeah,
1d4.
1d4.
Okay, so you do 7 points of damage. You exceed its pain threshold. You can choose to render it prone or have a free secondary attack.
I'm going to
Kill.
attack it again. Yeah.
All right, same roll.
End it now.
Maida is just in a flurry of stabbing, shanking it.
Okay, you kill it. You don't even need to roll that 1d4.
First one goes right into the jugular, and then the second one goes again into the jugular.
Okay, great.
It worked
Uh,
the first time.
So 2 stabs to the jugular, and this cat is dead. The 3 of you are left to recover and sort of assemble yourselves.
Karmeon, I was poisoned.
Did you take your antidote?
She points to the empty bottle on the ground.
Good.
And she looks like she's about to fall over.
Yeah, Karmeon will head over and, maybe begin to apply some herbal poultices.
Oh, do you have some of those? Excellent. Okay.
3 whole herbal
Yeah.
poultice.
You're just gonna use one, right?
3 whole herbal poultice.
You're using all 3 right now?
I don't know. How wounded is Pekome?
I don't think you get a benefit from using more than one at a time. Like,
Yeah,
it's
probably
kind of
not.
time gated. So
Yeah,
I would
okay,
encourage just use one.
Okay.
But if you want to use all 3, I'm not saying you
Minus
can't.
1 herbal poultice.
Why are you looking at my equipment, Kevin?
That was me, actually. I clicked
yeah, that was
on
me.
the wrong person. I was like, how do I have an elixir of life?
No, don't look at that. That's mine.
Herbal cures 2.
It was
So you get
expensive.
1 point, friendo.
Thanks.
Wait, what?
From the herbal poultice.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah, they
okay.
were just.
I mean, you can use it to augment a healing roll and make it 1d6 instead of 1d4.
Yeah, but I've already
Done that today, yeah.
the
Okay.
healing,
All right.
yeah.
So you give 1 point of healing. You kind of jam that into some of Pekome's wounds to staunch the bleeding.
Yeah.
Do you ever
And,
feel like we fight every single thing in these woods?
Why? I've been meaning to ask this. Why are you doing this?
Who's he
Doing-
asking?
Pekome in general, but you know, he looks at Mira too.
Meira is busy looking over the animals.
Stabbing them in the jugular.
No. Would Meira know if there's any sort of
Value in the pelts.
yeah, or teeth or glands or
Poison extract.
You could it's very difficult to extract the venom glands from a meerkat, but it is actually a pretty highly prized commodity. So you're certainly welcome to try to extract that.
Maybe-
Usually, you know that it's taken from captured cats that are held in captivity and milked, rather than.
yeah, she's gonna skip on that. But next.
Mayor
Then,
covers herself in
otherwise, there's
poison.
nothing. Their hides are not valuable at all.
Alright. What?
They're furless, is all.
Yeah. Meira just walks away.
Okay.
What's my gremlin voice?
I'm sorry. What?
Twitch said I had a gremlin voice.
Oh, probably when you said kill it.
Kill it now.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
you
no,
go.
that one.
Question
That one.
answer.
That one.
That one. All right, great. So you guys will make it to the ruins this afternoon.
Easy clap.
And I think as you are pulling up on the ruins is a great time to take a quick little breather here for a couple minutes.
Okay.
Alright, so chat, we will be right back. We're going to take a quick break.
Clearly, I'm going to spend the entire time to the break reading Karmeon's fencing book to the chat.
I see.
24. Fencing is an art of defending oneself well with a sword. 25. An art because it is an assembly of perpetually true and well-ordained precepts advantageous to civil converse.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Bye. And we are back. Kevin, please take it away.
All right, so the group approaches the campsite / ruin that they discovered quite some time ago. And at first glance, well, actually, first off, how do you approach? Do you just kind of head in? Are you doing scouting around the area? What's the plan for the
How
three of
late
you?
in the day is it?
It's late afternoon. You probably still have another hour before the light starts to die off, but it's getting there.
Pekome would discuss whether they want to wait till dawn to descend or if they should go in straight away.
Well, if we're gonna spend a night anywhere, maybe it should be with the horses?
Yes. Perhaps we should make a camp away from the sunken tower.
You're definitely not at Karmeon's camp.
Yeah. Maybe like where we are on the map, where we have some sort of elevation.
Mm-hmm.
That way we can kind of have a surveillance of our area.
Sight-ish.
The Gremlin Kory returns.
I'm gonna kill Karmeon, and I'm just gonna play a goblin, and I'm gonna talk in that
I
voice.
mean,
It is a playable race.
yeah, and Pekome made great strides in Ambria and goblin relations.
She did.
Yeah, remember Jared's Heart? We saved all of those goblins.
We did.
Oh, right.
We're
Yeah.
heroes. So we
We
set
saved
up
a lot
camp
of-
here.
Yeah, that works.
Pekome rolls out her sleeping roll, and then instead of getting in it, just sort of like collapses.
Okay. In her armor?
No.
Okay.
Mira will take first watch.
And go ahead and roll me vigilant.
Don't
I
say
believe in
that.
you won't fail me again. Look, just
Mira
pretend you're
has
stabbing with a
keen
dagger.
eyes. She knows how to watch. Nope.
It's vigilant. We knew you weren't going to succeed.
Wow.
Okay.
I think that's like my highest stat. Yeah, it is. No, accuracy. Okay.
Who takes second watch?
Karmeon. It's the pattern.
Okay, excellent. Karmeon is stuck with the middle shift.
Karmeon
Go
keeps her reading
ahead
his
and
book
roll me
whenever,
vigilant.
whenever we decide.
Karmeon doesn't see shit.
Well,
Okay.
do I get my point, or does something horrible happen in between then?
You do get to recover a stat point and or health point. Just or, not and.
We're finally at 80, boys.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Not another goddamn word about
We
that.
14 strong, boys.
And yeah, okay. So Pekoma, you can go ahead and roll vigilant as well for your watch.
Time to show these blind mice how it's done.
Nice helmet.
Yeah, great.
Easily the best.
So none of you noticed anything untoward during your watches. Occasionally there's a sound here or there, but you can't really tell if it's anything consistent or not. And the morning rolls around without interruption.
All right. Snap to it, Dr. Medicus.
Yeah, Karmeon will spend the morning after breakfast just, tending to the walking wounded that is the rest of his party. Actually, does Mayor even need anything this time?
She took 2 points of damage at the end of the fight from the meerkat.
Okay. Same order.
Hear me. Ow. You made it worse.
Karmeon's just like, you got poison. There's nothing I can do, and he just moves on.
I'm not poisoned, you idiots.
You got bit by a meerkat.
Excuse you, did
Karmeon
you put an
says-
S at the end of that? Did you call us both idiots?
So is that for Pekome then?
Yes. Pekome gets 1 point.
Okay. So you weren't using an herbal poultice to enhance it?
Regarding her, I mean, I'd probably just use an herbal poultice and that.
For a flat point? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. It averages out the same. It's like 3.5.
Okay.
No matter what. Yeah.
Yeah.
I will like to recover 1 point of resolute instead of a hit point.
Okay. And Karmeon doesn't actually heal Mayra?
He does
He
not
failed.
succeed. Same order as
Oh,
always.
he failed. Okay. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I thought you were just role-playing, not healing her.
No, because every time he's failed, it's just been either us or him snobbing us off.
Right, of
You
course. Of
can't
course.
do
Gotcha.
anything. It's specifically the wounds are just. There's only so much you can do
okay.
as a novice.
So Pekome gets 2 points back, including the herbal poultice expenditure, which I think leaves you with just 1
Ooh.
left.
I'm at
And,
6 out of 11.
Mayra doesn't heal at all, and that's it. All right. How would you guys like to carry on? You have a ruin at your disposal.
Investigate the ruin.
Let us tie the horses. Wait,
I mean,
wait. First, y'all stay right here. I'm gonna scout.
And then Mayor was never heard from again.
Mayra will stealthily sneak up on the tower to see if there's been any activity nearby.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and roll discreet to see
Check
how
on
well
Aro.
we-
Karmeon whispers after.
He should still be dead.
I hope he's still dead. I'm so sneaky.
Yes, as far as you can tell, you're very sneaky. Go ahead and roll vigilant.
I'm so vigilant.
So you are vigilant. You got that
If
going.
you
for
say
you.
it before, you're correct. If you say it after, you're wrong.
Mayra sneaks up towards the tower and the campsite and the body.
Quote unquote sneaks.
Quote unquote sneaks, yeah. As she does creep forward, she begins to see that there are new sets of footprints. It's a little difficult to pick out because the campsite is really littered with footprints from your own, from the group of guards / mercenaries that encountered you last time you were here, presumably from even more traffic before that. But some of the tracks appear far more recent than others. People have definitely passed through this area before. You can't really pin how recent it was, but chances are you'd say within the past 2 days or so. That said, there don't appear to be any other signs of habitation. There's no, fire going. There's no tracks that lead only to the nearby area. Everything that you see suggests that maybe people have been up to the tower, possibly inside the tower, and have left, ventured off somewhere to the southwest. And it's just a little difficult to tell the order of those events.
Mm-hmm.
Aro is still there. He's still dead, but it does look like animals have begun to kind of feed on him occasionally. His body is a little emaciated and a little chewed on.
Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
It's very gross.
Mhm.
Okay.
Gross.
Mayra will slink back to the group and relay all of this.
Let's tie the horses and go on down.
Yes.
Pekome is going to hand Karmeon her lantern and a thing of oil.
I assume
You-
Karmeon takes them.
You will light the way down there.
Yeah, Karmeon will take said torch and
Lantern.
lantern, flashlight, lantern, and heft it up. And yeah, just
Don't break it.
I'll try not to.
We're off to see the wizard.
Oh, my.
What's Pikome up to over there?
Heading towards the ruin.
Okay, all right, fantastic. The others accompany?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. You have your supply of torches, you have your lantern. Do you set up the rope in the same way as before?
Mhm.
Did we even remove the rope?
Yes. We definitely would have retrieved our rope.
Yeah.
Yep.
You left it. Great. So you set that back up, toss the rope down the tower. Does, I suppose, from what was said, Karmeon probably leads the way?
Yeah. Karmeon goes first.
What a willing volunteer.
Have fun.
Karmeon will So is this an open flame lantern or is it kind of sealed and
I'd assume it's a glass lantern.
yeah. He'll
It has
kind of
protective side of them, all that.
yeah. He'll maybe tie that to his hip so he can kind of go down two-handed. Yeah. We'll just head on down.
Yeah, it's not like it's a torch where it's just an open flame where you'd light
Mhm.
yourself on fire.
Great. So you guys descend back into the cavernous depths below. Karmeon disappears into the darkness. Who follows?
Pikome will go next.
Okay. Kome sort of rockets down the rope. What with all that heavy armor? It hasn't gotten any easier since last time.
Well, no, it got much easier. There's no longer Draguls poking you the whole way down.
Oh, well, we don't know that yet.
Well, they'd be poking the other guy first.
Yeah, true. And I assume Meira follows.
Yes.
Okay, as you folks reach the bottom, you do discover, by the merit of Karmeon's lantern, there's a new body in the intersection. The Draguls are all more or less where you left them, in pieces. But there's a fellow who quite clearly appears to be Ambria. He has curly dark hair, very refined features all in all, who has fallen over one of the Dragul corpses. And he has a spear, or a portion of a spear. The blade is sticking through his back, and perhaps a foot or so of wood before the shaft has been splintered off somehow, which has left him very dead and somewhat drained of blood. He looks rather pale where he lies. He appears untouched other than that, and there's no immediate trace of what did him in outside of the portion of spear lodged in him.
Did you know this man, Karmeon?
Karmeon will look over the person, maybe, flip him over.
Mm-hmm. So you flip him over successfully. Congratulations. He does still have that same curly hair. It's quite dense. His features are refined. You can't see his eyes because they're closed. And as much as you think he looks vaguely familiar, you don't recognize him. He's just kind of a face that looks familiar, maybe, or maybe he's someone you ran into that didn't make much of an impression. It's possible you saw him in Thistlehold, but if you did, he didn't make an impact.
I think so.
He must not be a noble then.
Does Pikome say it out loud?
No.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't know what he's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, no.
All right. Well,
Another unfortunate adventurer. Ill
you wish-
prepared.
do you wish to reclaim him as well, Karmeon?
He's not mine.
Well then, for now, let us go look for those who are yours.
Maybe, I mean, we know where. We should look for Bamilo?
Do you remember the way to him?
A little? We'll kind of just heft up the lantern and maybe get his parrying dagger out and gamely set off down the currently unexplored hallway.
Okay, so you heading south then?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sounds good.
Stay behind me, Mayor.
Of course. Now I'll draw my bow and have it ready.
Does anyone else have a light source out right now, or is it all Karmeon's lantern?
Pekome has like a torch, not lit, but tied to her belt in case something happens.
Okay, sounds good.
Maida just has her bow.
Yeah. Alrighty.
And since it's oil, like if the lantern breaks, she could light the torch with it.
Yeah, definitely. Alright. So you set off into an unexplored direction of the first level of ruins. Are you searching for anything in specific, or are you just kind of turning hallways and hoping you might find Bamila?
Just anything that looks like we're avoiding the things that are, obviously unopened or
Look for the marks. Remember the
Yeah.
marks.
well, those were Bamila didn't make those.
Okay.
I mean, he might have, but Bamila didn't make those.
Okay.
They were probably made.
He'll just aim towards going straight until it looks maybe utterly untouched.
Okay, absolutely. Sounds good. So you keep on trekking. And as you get further away from the point of entry, go ahead and roll me a vigilant check. Mm-hmm.
You were the chosen one.
It's close.
All right. The next intersection you come to has
Spectra.
another four-way turn, and you can't tell too much about it at first glance. The passage to your right looks as though it has caved in the darkness. You might need to go down it a little way to fully illuminate whether there is any way through or not, but you can certainly see there are boulders obstructing most of the passageway. You can still go ahead straight, you can turn left. There are tracks that disturb the fine layer of dust that fill this area, and it's difficult to make too much out about them. There's a little scraping. They're not the neatest footfalls in the world. And they kind of stretch off to your left. Ahead, there appear to be similar disturbances, but it's just not quite as clear. Some of it's been obscured.
This is the this is like the regular stone, right? Not the like super durable, nothing could scratch its stone.
Right. So the stone is pretty ornate up here, but it is not the extremely polished white stone that appeared almost impregnable.
Pekome is just gonna like scratch a small star onto the wall the way they came.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably easiest to do that where dirt has begun to seep in or moss or something like that. But absolutely, you can make a signifier to kind of mark your transit.
Karmeon will wait for that and keep going forward.
Keep going forward.
Straight.
Okay. Sounds good.
Mayra will keep an eye or ear to the darkness behind them.
Stare in the darkness. Do not listen.
The passage continues, and here you do start to see a couple doorways flanking you in the walls as you continue.
Mhm.
They haven't been opened. They appear closed. You can sort of neglect them. It doesn't look like anyone has been through them recently, for sure. And barring any investigation there, you will eventually come to another intersection, this one in better condition than the others.
Okay. Kind of look back at the other and shrug, and I don't really make another mark, but it was dark.
Mm-hmm.
The doors were any of them open?
Nope. They were all closed, and as far as you can tell, undisturbed.
Well, if all these doors are closed, then this probably isn't the way you came.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I say we double back and check away from the cave-in.
Maybe we just stop. You know, we use this as far as we go, and we check off these two hallways.
Remember what everything else that's been behind closed doors here?
No, I didn't say the doors. I said the hallways.
Among the things behind doors was treasure.
That's a good point. Karmeon.
She glances back and forth.
And don't forget, there was a set of stairs that went down where... not far from all this.
That's the noise Karmeon makes.
Well, she looks at Karmeon. Is our goal to explore the depths of this place or to recover your friends?
At the least, recover them. But a little bit more couldn't. I mean, it could hurt, but I.
With how dangerous this place is, we could only have the option for one.
Well,
As
the door for the stairs below was open when we came upon it.
but Milo's down this way.
Ah. Okay.
I left him and found you.
Ah. Okay.
Karmeon's gonna sigh and look really frustrated, and then fish out some glass eyedropper thingies. Are they glass? Crystal?
Yeah, one of those. I'm not sure which.
Do you have a... We may need an eye patch, but I have an idea. And then Karmeon just kind of drops one in his eye.
Wow, okay.
Hey, you're taking after Paycomer. You've been around her enough.
So, Karmeon, you feel this liquid drip into your eye, and it smarts just a little bit, but you can blink away the discomfort rather quickly. At first, you might not notice anything completely different. There's no sweeping change to your mentality or anything like that. But as you look down, and what do you do actually after? Where do you look?
He'll squeeze his other eye shut and kind of, gauge the effect maybe on this one.
Okay. Yeah. So you're holding the lantern, which makes you more or less the center of the light right now. That said, everything seems just a little brighter as you look around. It's difficult to gauge with entire certainty, but it seems like the lantern just reaches further. Maybe you can see things more clearly than you could before, for sure, through that eye.
How bad does my eye look? Karmeon asks, and continues winking at everyone else.
Has Karmeon showed the rest of the group those eyedroppers at any point?
Yeah, he talked about it.
Yeah, I think he showed him off.
Remember, he was talking about selling them, and then Maida convinced him to keep the set.
It could be poison. Yeah.
So Karmeon's eye is clouded and blind. There are little striations that wrap around it in a somewhat unnatural fashion. It looks unsettling, for sure, but it could be more obtrusive.
It looks like you poured poison into your eye.
I didn't. No, I see better.
Pikomi's gonna try to take the eye drops from him.
I mean, he got only one.
Well,
out.
the empty stopper you can certainly take, but it's empty.
Yeah. This, it might be useful to use these. You don't have to. And
She was not going to.
That's a first.
No.
And then, I guess Karmeon will just continue searching about, heading maybe taking a right here.
Okay, you hang a right. It might occur to Karmeon that perhaps you might want to have someone else carry the lantern if you want to.
Yeah. He'll definitely pass that back to Meira. Be like, I don't. These are good. I don't need it.
Meira, keep an eye on him.
This behavior, yeah. So as Karmeon strikes off in the lead again without the lantern, he goes further from the light, and so it is a little less of an obstruction to the
Both
exploration of his new
figuratively
powers.
and literally.
Yeah. And Karmeon, walking down the hallway, you realize that you can see perfectly clearly, even with the lessened light. If you choose to explore that with a little more testing, it will become clear to you that in the eye where you have dropped that liquid, you have essentially perfect dark vision. It is not an impediment at all to be in these hallways.
Okay.
Well, he has half perfect dark vision.
Yeah, I mean, it's only through one eye that he can see that right now. The other is no better. As you go down the right hallway, perhaps a third of the distance that you would intuit might lead to another intersection. The hallway itself is fine, but the floor falls away to reveal a really only about 2-foot drop to a set of tiles and stone below that have what look to be stone shafts, stone spears that have thrust up through secreted slots in wherever the floor that ought to have been there had been once. And skewered upon it is a long desiccated skeleton that has lost any gear, any flesh. It's just more or less the shape of a person impaled on this trap that has been sprung.
I'm really glad I didn't come this way. Karmeon announces a bit before the others can figure out why it might be a good idea that he didn't come this way.
Mm-hmm.
Then perhaps your friend is not this way either.
Oh, no, I definitely didn't come this way. Okay. And then Karmeon just about faces and heads to try the northern hallway.
Mm-hmm. the northern hallway.
If he loses his mind, you hold him down. I'll strike.
Okay, Pekome.
I appreciate that you're telling the archer to get in and hold someone down.
She'll be really accurate at it.
As long as I get paid.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a vigilant check with an enemy disadvantage of 2. Karmeon.
Was it positive or minus?
Positive. If I say a number,
Yeah.
that's positive.
You know, if you had used the other eye as well, you would have still failed, but it would have been closer.
Okay, so you step along the hallway, and it's definitely more comfortable to explore this area now that you can just see, which is great. Nothing appears to be all that unusual. You continue on, and soon enough you come to another intersection. Now, this one is a little unique in that both the path ahead of yourself and the path to the side are blocked in, one by a large set of brass or some other form of heavy metal doors that are sealed shut, and to the right, a cave-in that encroaches on the intersection itself. You can see the roots of some tree have penetrated through the dirt and the stone and kind of stretch out across the floor of the intersection here, questing for more.
All right, so
nourishment.
here, sorry, I'm getting a mental map.
Mm-hmm.
Here we've come to a new intersection. Which are left, right, forward?
Left
Which
is
are
available.
blocked?
Left
Okay.
is available. Forward and right are blocked.
Okay.
Just treat it like a roller coaster, and we've reached the loop-de-loop.
Okay.
I'm very good with directions.
I mean, Karmeon's gonna kind of shrug and double back, but I mean, it's not doubling back. He's gonna take a left.
Yeah. Okay.
Which may functionally be doubling back.
Yeah. Similar direction. Anyway.
Yeah. And he's gonna be like, "This isn't great. That it's, we may have to go for in more."
Should we get your eye checked out?
When we get back, yeah. Yeah. That's a good idea.
Should we get your head checked out?
When we get back, no more than any of, why are you doing this?
Let us not argue in the darkness. Let us
No,
find
I mean,
your
like-
friend.
Yeah, I mean, like, going out into Davokar?
While you're talking, Karmeon, give me another vigilant roll with the same
Okay.
modifier.
Okay. Easy. Not even a problem.
Okay, fantastic. So as you continue down the path, you spot among the tiles a pattern that looks extremely similar to the pattern just before the spike trap that you encountered not that long ago.
Oh, don't know.
What?
You know that way I went? I mean, I didn't go. I didn't go that way, and that was a good thing?
What are you talking about?
This is like that.
Everywhere you go just ends in blackness for us.
Oh, I mean, no, you saw I showed you the guy. He was impaled?
Are you saying you see a trap?
I
Or
mean,
an impaled man.
Yeah, no, Mayra got it.
Then we turn around.
Yeah. Yeah.
We turn around.
No traps for us today.
Anybody
Okay,
got a
so
rock?
you're gonna get a rock?
No, I mean Karmeon asked that, but he's still going with.
Oh, okay.
Do not
Picome
make
gestures-
noise.
Picome gestures at all the dilapidated walls and cave-ins.
I mean, I don't think it's a good idea.
Look, I'm just saying, if you want a rock, you have no shortage.
Yeah. Do you think it's a good idea?
No.
Just leave it
Okay.
alone.
Okay. So you wind your way back. There's still an unexplored hallway that you found partway along, or you could go back to the start.
We're gonna go not quite back. So there's 2 unexplored hallways.
Are there?
Yes, at intersection. So we started as far as all the intersections we found. If they're A, B, C, and D,
Mm-hmm.
C led to the south to a spike trap, and we just left D leading us to a spike trap and 2 dead ends.
Yes.
However, B potentially had something to the south. It was blocked off, kinda.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Karmeon's got to be real thorough, and he's gonna, just make sure that, and while we're there, so we're going back to this. You remember that caved-in place?
Is that to us?
Yeah.
There have been a lot of cave-ins.
Well, okay. There's only been 1 so far. Okay, there's only been 3 so far. But there's only been the first caved-in place.
From our first trip?
No, dude. No, it's in
Just
the...
lead the way.
Right,
You
Karmeon
can
leads
see
the
that
way.
Maida is
Yeah.
losing her patience.
And he's like, I saw this little symbol on the wall, and I saw 2 little symbols on the wall, and one was right before a spike trap, where a guy was, and then the other was. I'm not saying that the next would have led into a spike trap, but do you see any symbols? And he kind of starts checking the area around the cave.
But you did say it would lead into a spike trap.
Well, no, I just said there was a symbol, and that I thought it would lead into a spike trap. Maybe it means that, maybe it doesn't.
The only markings I've seen have been the ones left
do you
left by
see
either
it?
me or Aldous.
Karmeon just kind of trails off and continues searching the cave-in area.
Yeah. So you can't see any symbols, but it's also the floor is fractured and covered in debris. It's very difficult to see much of anything down there. The cave-in itself is, as far as you can tell, traversable. There looks like, if you were to not have a pack on your back and not be fully encased in armor, an avenue to sort of squirm through to the far side of the hallway. But it's difficult to tell for sure that you'd be able to make it all the way, and it's impossible to see what lies on the other side.
I don't think I came through a cave-in, so I don't even know why I brought us here. Karmeon realizes.
We don't know why you do anything.
In the darkness, you can see Maida's eyes are very narrow and sharp.
All right, we've explored. Everything has been a dead end, or a dead end.
Continue onward.
Yeah. And Karmeon's just gonna take us all the way straight down to that abandoned intersection.
Yeah. Great. So you're heading down the as of yet unexplored passage?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Ready? Before long, you come to another intersection. All of them appear to be intact. However, coming from the left-hand intersection and heading straight out away from yourself, you do see a bloody tread of footprints. The gait is uneven. It looks like whoever was walking was clearly injured. And it continues on. There are the occasional drops of blood here or there, but it also looks more like the boots were covered in blood that was on the ground somewhere else before tracking through the area.
I mean, this is the best sign we've had so far.
Does
So let's.
Mira crouches down and looks to the blood. Does it appear to be very old?
It is certainly pretty old. It's kind of at that point where it's tricky to tell just how old, but I mean, it's long since dried and hardened to this blackish quality.
And when we get to this intersection, the footprints are left, right, forward.
So they come from the left and head forward.
Okay.
Do you use your tracking skills? Do you lick the blood?
Mira tastes the blood. No. Let's just continue.
Yeah, I mean, Karmeon will definitely be down with that.
Be ready.
Okay. So the footprints hug the wall. Where they came from the left-hand passage, they were against the far wall, and it's clear the person was probably supporting themselves against it as they continued on. You can see the odd scrape here or there through the dirt that is built up on the walls occasionally. So you're just kind of heading down the hallway to follow them right now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and hit me with another vigilant check.
Okay.
Fantastic. So along the way, you do notice a pattern similar to the pattern that you shied away from before, and similar to the pattern that led directly into a spike trap. That said, the bloody footprints do continue along the side of the hallway, past that and down, without any apparent interference on the part of their owner.
I think there's a. So if I were to make a spike trap, I would make sure that it didn't, always happen. Because, why else? I mean, you want a hallway so you can go through it, but you want a spike trap so you can stop people. Do you see the bloody footprints?
Yes.
Step exactly on those, Karmeon suggests, while stepping exactly on those and following.
Mm-hmm.
Pacome's gonna stand there.
What does Mayra do?
Mira waits.
Okay, so Karmeon treks forth, stepping on each boot print until he vanishes from the light of the lantern. It's kind of up to you guys whether you follow, whether he stops and calls out.
Do we
Mira.
hear the shink of spears coming out of the wall murdering someone?
No, you don't hear anything quite yet.
Okay. Mira will slowly creep forward, following the tracks. Literally.
Pacome will wait till the edge of the light to follow. Leave space.
Wisdom.
Okay. Pekome, what's your armor?
Heavy?
Okay, great. So you all follow the same path along the edge there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need a commitment here, and I got it. You all commit to following the bloody footprints.
This is how I spike.
Nothing happens. It's fine. You're fine.
Wow.
So you
Kevin.
continue on,
Kevin, please.
and you eventually reach Karmeon. If he was waiting, did Karmeon just continue on by himself?
One moment. I'm still looking for vigilant.
The one all the way to the right.
It's in alphabetical order.
Yeah, no, sorry. I have a paint thing up to make a map.
Ah.
We'll just have 2 monitors.
Yeah, Karmeon probably stops at the next intersection or otherwise extremely interesting thing.
Okay. Yeah. So you do reach another intersection. What was the vigilant roll for?
Noticing they weren't following.
Oh, okay. So he just doesn't notice they weren't following. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's got a lot to focus on.
He
when
does
it comes
have a
to
lot to
stepping
focus on.
on.
I mean, he has a brand new ability to see in the dark. He's trying not to step on traps that he isn't even sure of how to trigger exactly. I gotcha.
Yeah.
So Karmeon forges on in the darkness, reaches another intersection, sees that the bloody footprints continue through it rather than turning from side to side, sees that the right-hand branch is caved in and inaccessible, sees that the left-hand branch is available to explore, and that there are some disturbances in the dust that covers the floor down that way.
Okay. Right hand is caved in, yes?
Correct. Straight is bloody footprints, left is dusty impressions on the ground.
Okay, thank you. Karmeon will turn back to, discuss things. Notice everyone's not there and wait for them.
I mean, you'd see us pretty easily.
Yeah,
the
fair enough,
light
fair
is
enough. I see the light in the distance.
And you can also see perfectly in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, that's how he sees the light in the distance.
Okay.
Okay. So you two catch up.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
that's it. I was just waiting for you guys to interact with each other. You're good. You're reconnected in this intersection.
What took so long?
You abandoned us?
What? No,
Slow your stride so we are not separated.
No, no. And then Karmeon will continue very carefully stepping in, hopefully, Bamilo's footprints as he follows on.
Okay. Is Mayra still in the middle, or has Pekome moved back to the center now that they've passed through that?
With Mayra having the light, Pekome would have her in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Pekome, roll vigilant at a disadvantage of. Let's see. You're not holding the light, and you're wearing a helmet.
Yep.
All right. Enemy disadvantage of -2.
Can we make it a -3 just cause?
Does that make it like impossible? No.
No, that makes it easier for me, obviously.
Okay. Still -2.
See, I told you. We should have made it harder.
Very nicely done. So the group continues on, following the bloody footprints, which grow a little closer together. The person has been taking smaller steps. Pekome, you notice after you pass through the intersection, there's sort of a rustling sound. And it's difficult to make out exactly what the sound is. It's distant enough that it's not clear beyond the fact that there is a sound which isn't coming from your group, that was coming down the stretch of intersection you had not explored.
Halt! She whispers.
Yep.
Something else is down that tunnel.
Do we want to pick a fight with it? Them?
If we don't now, we could get caught on our way back.
Yeah. I'll
we
go
don't-
look.
We definitely don't want to get pinned between whatever it is and the spikes.
Karmeon will ready his rapier and uncomfortably step off of the bloody footprint path.
Mm-hmm.
Shink.
Move
Back towards the
around
intersection?
everyone. Yes.
Okay.
And then peer around.
Mira readies her bow.
Pekome gets her sword and shield ready.
Yeah. So as Karmeon heads into the intersection and looks down the passageway, we're just gonna take a look at this.
Don't roll a 19.
Sorry, Kory. He rolled a 20
Go ahead and
first.
roll on a 1d20.
Don't do this to me.
I'll take critical failures anytime.
Over that.
19s are truly scary.
Yeah, they're the scariest number in the game, it seems. So, what you see coming down the passage in your direction is a serpent-like creature. It appears like roughly like a snake, but the snake is far larger than it should be.
Oh.
And it's slithering towards you through the dust about 10 meters off, but advancing in a very unconcerned and relatively quiet, given its bulk, approach. The second thing you notice is that you're pretty sure the snake is not alive. Its eyes are cloudy with death, and there's a flake just behind its triangular head where its scales have peeled away to reveal sort of rotting flesh, but it certainly isn't stopping it from slithering toward you.
Yeah. Karmeon will back up. How big is it?
You're tempted to say that it is around 12 feet long, maybe 4 feet at its thickest.
It's
I don't have any experience with that's 4 feet in diameter, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't have any experience with giant snakes. Karmeon begins.
Why?
giant snakes.
What are you talking about?
The giant snake. But I don't. The good news is probably that if it's dead and it's undead, it's probably not venomous anymore. That'd
Mayra.
rot, right?
Mayra, back up.
Yeah.
Mira slinks to the rear.
Yeah. Karmeon readies shield and rapier.
Pekome is gonna. Is there a sconce in this intersection or hallway?
Yeah, you can see an empty iron sconce to one of the sides near the intersection.
Right. She's gonna use the lantern real quick to light a torch and then put it on the sconce.
Okay, that is probably going to take enough time that it would be your preparatory action for this fight.
Yes.
Okay, just as long as you're on that page.
She just wants like a
100%.
static light source.
That's smart. That's smart. I respect it.
Mira will notch an arrow and say, "Is it straight down the middle? How far is it?"
About the time that you're asking that, you see the head of this snake slithering into the intersection, illuminated by the torch that Pekome is in the midst of lighting.
I shoot it!
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, we can open with your attack. Go ahead and roll to
Shoot
attack.
Don't say that.
Enemy disadvantage of -4.
Oh.
Easy clap.
Very nicely done.
A nice solid dunkening.
This thing has to be mega strong.
Question.
mhm.
For things that take half damage from mundane weapons, is the damage reduced before or after armor?
Damage is reduced after.
Okay.
So it's you establish the damage taken and then halve it.
Okay. So that's the much better way for us.
Yeah, it would be a little crazy otherwise. Okay, so you deal that much damage. Which, just put this here. Okay, that sounds good.
Does it seem to slow down at all?
It doesn't really seem to respond to the arrow punching into it, to be entirely honest with you.
Terrifying.
Can she pin it?
She can try. Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh,
Gotta
that
be
means it
mega
got wounded.
strong.
That
Oh
means
yeah,
it was
yeah,
wounded.
it definitely got wounded. It's just since it's undead, it doesn't really react to pain.
What is it strong?
Its strong is just 10, so modifier of 0.
Hey, Pekoma could arm wrestle the snake.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's pent. Karmeon, your turn.
Yeah, Karmeon's good.
Are you gonna
Just gonna
delay?
stay back?
Yeah,
Enjoy
Karmeon
not
does
being
nothing.
rushed down?
Yeah.
Sounds good, sounds good.
Are you ending your turn or delaying?
That's a good point. Delaying
Yeah. So you're gonna move after the snake or after one of us?
after the snake.
Okay, so you drop an initiative behind the snake. So the snake will try to writhe free of this arrow. Go ahead and repeat that check, Stella.
It failed. I
Oh,
succeed.
you did it already?
Right there.
It
Excellent.
happened. Yeah, there's 2 in a row.
Yeah. I just didn't hear the thingamabob.
I didn't
I think it was like
either.
right as you were taking a sip. I heard the boop.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it's not able to move. It does not break free. Or wait, that is how that works, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Every time it attempts to move, I do that.
Every time it attempts to move means it cannot move and its movement is forfeit. So does that mean it can use its second action to try to move and do it again, or is it just flat out of luck?
I think it means every time, so it can try
So-
again.
Okay, yeah. So it'll spend the second half of its time trying to get free. Okay, nothing happened.
That is one great arrow right there.
Karmeon, it's your turn.
Now, Karmeon will move forward to take advantage of the snake's struggling, wounded state.
An arrow just pierced right through the vacant rib cage, pinning him on the ground.
It's advantage, so is it only -1?
Oh,
No?
you don't have advantage. It just can't move.
Since it's right, she didn't knock it
Yeah,
down.
it's not prone.
Karmeon doesn't like this
So
as
you
much.
are going to attack at -4.
-4. Hey, he only needs a 1 or 2 to hit anyway.
Yep.
Karmeon flails away with his rapier and
Oh wow. I actually just a second.
yeah.
Well,
Does it
Sorry,
have
I need
long-
there was a trait that I probably should have looked at.
does it spit acid at him now because he stabbed it?
No, I missed.
It could have reverse acid.
Shoots acid when you miss.
The Karmeon.
It
debuff.
it shapeshifts and it's a grayscale Pekome. But as a snake.
Okay. All right. All set. All set. Carry on.
Okay.
No immediate effect.
So you miss.
Yes.
Okay. Pekome, your turn.
All right. Pekome will take up the other side of the hallway and go in to attack.
Okay. So you are attacking with advantage now. So it's -2 instead of -4.
Karmeon is a flanking bot. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh.
So
Oh.
Karmeon.
Yeah? What about Karmeon?
Oh wait, do you not even get
What, was the snake fake and I just stabbed Karmeon for 10 damage? Can you say no?
Hold on.
Just a second.
Oh man. So concerning when the DM's like holds up a finger. One moment.
Yeah, just I need to consult this.
After saying your name. Thank you for being an advantage bot. We will remember you.
Make a successful roll against Quick. Okay, so
Damn.
this is going to the snake's going to make a quick test.
Against what?
It's quick.
Okay.
Yeah. So
So they do roll sometimes.
yeah, I don't yeah. The whole the DM doesn't roll thing is very only situationally true. Okay, well that works.
What works?
Its quick is 13.
It's 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah, so it counts as a success. So the snake has acrobatics at the master level. The character can utilize its enemies as shields in battle.
Oh.
In combat with more than one opponent, the character may once per turn use an enemy as a shield and have an enemy suffer the effects of a successful hit instead of the character. That opponent cannot defend against the attack, but the master acrobat has to make a successful roll against Quick for the enemy to take the hit. So the snake coils violently as Pekome lashes out at it.
So he can't defend, but his armor would still work.
Yeah, so armor will still play into the hit that Karmeon takes. He just doesn't get a chance to avoid it.
All right.
Because
so it
the
was
snake
11 damage.
it basically coils around both of you and rearranges things such that when Pekome tries to strike it, she strikes Karmeon instead and does 7 points of damage.
That's only half his life. And also his pain threshold. Would you like to knock him down or hit him again?
Oh, wait, if I hit him again, then maybe the snake will move himself in the way.
It can only happen once per turn, so
So Karmeon's thrown to the ground. Thrown from a... He's thrown from his
oh my god, no!
position into a blow,
Don't be on the ground.
into collapsing onto the ground, screaming.
Are you unconscious?
Oh no!
No, he's just hurt.
Yeah, he just passed his pain threshold.
Hey, I didn't knock you down.
Oh my god.
No, you knocked me down.
Oh my god.
Naira, it's your turn.
Because it's my pain threshold. You can knock me
Maida is
down,
like,
you can
what
hit
the
me."
fuck are you doing? She's gonna launch another arrow.
His
Okay.
goddamn, his
-4?
goddamn dancing feet. He stepped in front of it.
-4, yeah. Okay, solid hit.
Does it try to? Oh, we can't. Even if it wanted to.
You can't what?
It's
Yeah, it
still,
can try to.
yeah, the crippling, yeah.
Okay, so it is the snake's turn. If you could make that evasion, the wriggle-free test.
Yes. What was the strong?
0.
It's free.
It's free. Okay, the snake is free. And unfortunately, Karmeon's on the ground, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he's got to hit
Yeah.
that or...
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I would have preferred... Could you swing again?
You really don't want that. My strong's up to 14 now.
Continue.
I have a better chance to hit you than anything else does.
Okay. The novice strangler may attack when at an advantage,
Yep. 1d6.
such as when someone is
without
on the
armor.
ground. A successful attack deals 1d6 damage each turn and ignores armor. So it's going to attack to begin strangling, which doesn't do damage in and of itself. So if you could roll to defend against. So the good news
Mm-hmm.
is that the base modifier is +5.
Mm-hmm.
However, it does have advantage, so I suppose that makes it +3,
Okay.
which actually probably makes it like almost impossible for you to get
I
hit.
could have rolled a 20.
Yeah, you could have rolled a 20. Okay, so it tries to coil towards you, but it doesn't manage to.
Karmeon hides behind his shield.
Yeah, so Karmeon's on the ground. It's now Karmeon's turn. Might he want to get out of there?
Karmeon does, in fact, stand up.
Uh-huh.
And then Karmeon doesn't. Actually, do you have to stand up to move?
Yes. It takes your movement to get back up.
Yeah,
know.
standing up requires a successful quick test, and you need to, it takes your movement. Then you can
Yeah,
either move
I know.
again.
Can he
Okay.
crawl away?
Oh. I don't think you can move while prone. I mean, honestly, I don't know. If you want to spend both of your moves on crawling away,
Uh-huh.
I will allow that.
He'd still have
Okay.
to take the attack, though. For leaving aggression.
Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about Karmeon here.
Yeah. What modifier do you want me to move on put on taking this attack?
Just the same, I guess. Again.
Of 3?
Yeah, 3.
Karmeon scrambles away
Okay, so
on
Karmeon,
his hands and knees.
yeah, tries to get away and successfully just skitters off. It's Pekome's turn.
Well, Pekome is the bulwark against this massive snake.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one else is in range to be used as a body shield, so that's good.
Yeah, no one else can get in the way of my sword.
Just you and a snake.
Man,
Alright,
I was
so-
practicing my gremlin voice.
Minus what now? 4?
4.
Alright, that makes an even 50-50.
Okay, you connect.
No bonus damage this time.
Kind of surprised you're using your mundane sword right now.
Yeah, I kind of need the defense.
Okay. It is Mayra's turn.
Mayra knocks another arrow. It misses.
Okay. It's the snake's turn. The snake will attack Pekome. So if you could roll to defend at +5. Yep.
Alright.
Let's see. It is Karmeon's turn.
Karmeon gets up and stumbles away from everyone to a nearby wall
Yeah.
and points his rapier at the thing. And that's
Okay.
about it.
Yeah. Sounds good. Pekome, you're up.
Alright, seeing that, after actually weathering some of its blows and seeing that a shield isn't going to do too much against this,
Mm-hmm.
rather than just like good reflexes,
Mhm.
she is going to spend her turn like putting her sword away and grabbing the bigger sword.
Yeah, okay.
And,
Cast your quick draw.
quick draw is only for unsheathing, not like putting something away and then I'd have to drop my gear to quick draw,
Yeah.
know. Which I'm not gonna do.
Okay, so you spend your turn sheathing your sword, putting away your shield, and drawing Black Gift?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Black Gift, the moment it leaves the scabbard, begins howling, and the sound is oppressive in the confines of these underground hallways. Mayra.
Mayra will draw her bow again.
I believe in you. You can't miss.
Oof.
You did not miss.
Think.
Luckily, half of one rounded up is 1.
Yeah, well. True.
Does it have armor? Does that is
It
that
does. It
oh.
does have armor.
Okay.
So half of 0 is 0.
Well, okay, it matters because of my ability.
Oh yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from. You do
We're
no
still
damage.
gonna laugh at your damage.
Wow. At least
Alright,
at least I can hit it.
Alright, so this is the Pekome fight.
Okay, yeah. So the snake is going to attack Pekome again. Roll to defend against +5.
Hey, it has a chance to hit me now.
I mean, at a 20, I would have given it the hit anyway.
Oh yeah, it would.
Now
It's still
it has
considered
doubled its chance to hit.
Okay, so it flails about, and it's trying to find Pekome and wrap about her, but she just doesn't let it happen quite yet.
She's too strong. Every time it tries, she just breaks herself free.
More or less. Karmeon.
I'm imagining Pekome just Shia LaBeoufing this.
Karmeon?
What? It's just being like, do it.
Slowly back up.
Mhm.
Away from, everyone.
You can use a combat action to use Medicus or a Herbal Cure. By the way.
Get a little bit further away before,
Or
Keep
you
backing
can,
up. That's
or you
fine.
can keep backing up without looking and step onto a spike trap.
Maybe.
How about you stand near Meira to protect her?
While she attack.
No.
So if that's its turn, it will be Pekome's turn.
Alright, here come Big O Swingo. At -4.
Yep.
Hard to hit, hard to be hit. This
Yeah.
is a slugfest over here.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh, so close.
If only I had my hit bot.
Black Gift kind of screams out angrily
That's
as
what
it doesn't
nearby.
connect with anything.
Yeah, using a bastard sword in a hallway is kind of hard.
And it's Mayura's turn.
Think.
All right. That is a hit.
I will roll this marksman.
Wait.
What?
Nope, never mind.
You're not there for it to use acrobatics.
No. I was thinking if it's pinned down, can it use acrobatics?
Oh, wait.
But that wasn't a movement.
Speaking of acrobatics,
Is it gonna try to break out of melee with me and go
no,
Or-
I was wondering if it can
Trade
me-
ranged hits. for-
make you take that hit instead.
It said when engaged with multiple people, right?
Yeah.
In combat with more than one opponent, character may once per turn use an enemy as a shield and have
It
that
says-
successful
Doesn't
hit.
combat not engaged, so
Yeah. So
Yeah.
actually, yeah, Pekome, you're gonna take that arrow.
Excuse you, you have to
Doesn't have to
succeed
roll?
first?
It does have to try it for a quick quick. It needs to successfully make a quick roll. But what we're gonna do is have it make that roll.
No, it's gonna fail. Excuse you. Mayura would never shoot Pekome.
So the target here is 14. It does fail. So congratulations. It takes the damage.
Yeah. She did not succeed in the pin.
And it's not pinned. And it's its turn. So it gets peppered by the occasional arrow as it tries to writhe about Pekome, but it isn't going to give up on killing her just yet. The snake will once more attack Pekome, make a roll to defend with a modifier of 5.
Enemy missed.
I am shocked. Karmeon.
Karmeon, with sufficient distance, will use the last of the herbal poultices and tend to himself.
Mm-hmm.
First.
Breaks out the band-aids.
Here comes that 1 instead of a 1d6.
Ooh.
Yeah, but
Hey.
Nice.
Ooh.
nice. I mean, consistent.
That
Look
just
at that.
confirms a critical, right?
Yeah, that was just to confirm the crit.
Look, he's only really practiced medicine on Pekome. He's not
Yeah,
good on
on other,
anyone
I
else.
don't know how human biology works. I've just worked on changelings.
And this other changeling has a different biology.
Yeah.
Maida does have bones sticking out of her.
So it is going to be Peikome's turn as Karmeon stuffs himself full of herbs.
All right. Who's ready for a villainous stab?
Villainous stab. Oh, okay. All right. This is happening. I see.
So, I'm assuming the necklaces doesn't reactivate.
It does.
It does. Oh, okay. So that's a reusable thing.
Yep.
Once per, etc. What is it?
Scene?
Scene.
Per set of time, yeah.
All right. So how many d4s do I need to roll?
So you need to roll 1d4 to activate the ability and see how much corruption you're going to take.
2.
And you need to roll 1d4 to see how much corruption it absorbs,
1.
which is 1. So you're going to take 1 point of temporary corruption, and now you're going to roll 1d4 to see how much damage you take.
Wow.
The
So you
bad
take
one.
4 points of damage as this necklace flares to
Nailed it.
life and sears at the very skin around your neck.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna turn that damage into damage on it. Just watch.
All right. I'm looking forward to it.
I mean, it's not like I'm gonna whiff and just have done 4 damage to myself for no reason.
Well, that's 9 damage. Go ahead and add on the 1d4.
There we go.
So, go ahead and kill this thing.
All right. So it's gonna just go for like a lunge, try to bite down on her. And with a vicious overhead swing, the sword lights on fire as it carves straight through the snake.
Mm-hmm. The sound coming from your cursed sword turns joyous as it bites into the flesh of this undead creature. For only a moment, and then there's no blood to be found, there's no life to extinguish, and the sword sounds positively cheated as you cut through the snake from one end to the other and separate it into pieces. The whatever spell is keeping it alive instantly dissipates as that much damage is done to it, and the snake falls still and lifeless.
Yay, evil cursed sword.
Mm.
We
Hey
should find
guys.
somewhere to rest.
Hey guys, I've got another way to
suggests.
put myself at 1 hit point.
Oh my god.
We should really find somewhere to rest. Karmeon suggests.
Let's just
Pushing
find.
up off the wall.
Let's just find a chamber where we can, at the very least, have a chokehold.
Well, I know a direction that something probably won't be.
Lead the way.
Karmeon heads the way the snake came from.
But what if there was a nest there? What if there were
And then
more
we'll-
snakes? Are you gonna contribute to the next snake fight?
You. Karmeon.
That is
shuts
a
up,
really
but
BM thing to
glares.
say to someone you did 10 points of damage to.
He got in the way. He's always talking about his footwork, and then he gets in the way of my swing.
So do you go down the path the snake came from then?
The snake
Takumi
came this way.
reclaims her torch.
Okay, so as you continue down that passage, you do find a couple doorways that you can explore. And the first one you enter will have a more or less untouched chamber. It looks like it might have been a bedroom at one point in time long ago, but the furniture has withered and turned into more or less just mounds of desiccation. However, it's quiet and it's relatively undisturbed, and it proves a ideal spot insofar as any spot can be well down here beneath the earth to kind of recover and hole up and tend to your wounds. So the three of you can easily file inside and nudge the door shut in your wake, or leave it open if you'd rather have something of a line of sight or at least audio. And that's where we'll end our session for tonight. You guys kind of secure a little hidey hole.
We had
And
4 combats.
are not dead. Yeah, survived 4 combats.
We
You
didn't
really
die.
piled up on those.
Oh my gosh.
And I
Yeah.
can finally use Villainous Stab and make it all cool.
Yeah, you can kind of dip into that a little more freely now, as long as you don't kill yourself.
Oh my gosh. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, chat, for being here. Thank you, Obdurant, for the wonderful, wonderful session. Really appreciate it. Before we go, I'm gonna let my friend Vertigo Cross, he is a streamer on Twitch. There's his link in the chat. V, why don't you tell us about who you are, what you're about?
Hi, I'm Big Nerd. I play video games and hang with friends. On Mondays, Stella and I play games as Saucy Nerds.
Yes. Mixed Monday Madness. 7 p.m. Be there.
And throughout the week, you can catch me playing various things like Ring Fit Adventure or Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Excellent. Oh,
And that's all for me.
awesome. Sorry. Thank you. Obdurant, our dungeon master, why don't you tell us about what's going on tomorrow?
Hey guys, yeah, tomorrow, if D&D isn't your cup of tea, we're bringing a whole new form of entertainment for you by way of a Destiny raid. I'm not entirely sure what all we'll be doing, but at the very, very least, we are going to have a group of 6 people tackling the Garden of Salvation. And I'm sure it's going to be streamed on one channel or another, so you guys should totally tune in for that in the evening, Eastern time.
Yes, that is going to be at, I believe, 8:30 p.m.
Yeah, it's a little up in the air right now.
Okay, it's up in the air. If you want updates for that, we do have a very, very active Discord. Link is there in the chat. You're definitely welcome to come join in. You can tune into all the news and join in on the discussion. We have a very active community there as well. We like to play video games together. We like to play TTRPGs together. You can definitely find invitations and more information about all of that there. And I am Stella Luna. We do various kinds of TTRPGs here at this channel. We also do artsy-fartsy things during the week as well. Yeah. And last but not least, Kory. Is there
Don't you
anything you'd
dare
like
read
to
that book.
say? If you start reading that book, I'm going to cut straight to the goodbye screen.
Even in the art of fencing, in order to come to measure, I need
Have a good night,
just
friends.
tempo of
Bye.
motion and